Good morning, everybody. It's just so wonderful to see so many of you already filling up the room. If you'd like to start taking your seats, we are going to get underway in about 5 minutes' time. So look forward to you all just finding your places, and we'll get underway very shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Thank you.
Morning everyone, my name's Uncle Ray Davidson. Pardon me, I've been invited along today to deliver Welcome to Country. I've got to say, first up, very nervous today. It's been 2 years, roughly 2 and a bit years that not being out and about, having the opportunity to give Welcome to Country. So when I received the call up 2 weeks ago from the Prime Minister's Department to hopefully come along and do Welcome to today, so graciously they rang me. Every second night, I'm sure I've been having nightmares since then because my first time coming out for so long. And I pictured myself stepping over the steps here and falling over. Or if I got past that, getting to the podium and knocking the podium over. So I've came through those excesses now and I feel a little bit more comfortable, but still extremely nervous. So once again to each and every one of you, welcome. Prime Minister, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Once again, my name is Uncle Ray and it's with great pleasure each and every time I have opportunity to give Welcome to Country. So to all Aboriginal, non-Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today, welcome. May the spirits of my ancestors walk beside, pardon me, each and every one of you, and protect you whilst you're on your country, as I know they walk beside and protect me. To all of my ancestors, I thank them for the caring of the waterways and the land for the thousands of years of which we all benefit from today. The waterways that we bathe in, the oceans we bathe in, and what the nutrients that they give us. When I have opportunity to give Welcome to Country, I love once again expressing Mother Earth is around us, and it was a beautiful moment coming into this wonderful building here today, seeing the sandstone around and knowing that Mother Earth once again is around each and every one of us and welcoming us and protecting us. So it's wonderful to be here. So once again to each and every one of you, welcome. And I'd like to extend the thought to all of my fellow Australians, regardless of whether we've been here for 10,000 years, 1 year, or a new child born today. If you're born on country, then you're part of country and you belong to country. So it doesn't matter what our heritage is or our religion or ancestral line, you don't lose that, and you don't lose that ancestral line. It always remains with you and it'll always be part of you. So for me to stand on my traditional land, Gadigal land, and have that opportunity to, each and every time I have opportunity to give Welcome to Country, it's really special. And I like to try and express that to the people that I'm talking to, the importance of Welcome to Country. So to all of our overseas visitors, welcome to Australia. And as I give welcome today, I give welcome today on behalf of all of my fellow Australians in this room here today, because once again, we all belong to country, as I said a moment ago, regardless of whether you're born 10,000 years ago or 1 year ago or a child today, you're born on country, then you're part of country. So to each and every one of you, welcome to Australia. Welcome to the Eora, and to each and every one of you once again, thank you.
Thank you, Uncle Ray Davidson, for that wonderful welcome, that very warm welcome. And to Uncle Ray's point, it is just quite remarkable to think how over the last couple of years we've all been secluded in our homes on Zoom meetings, on team meetings, but to see this room filled today is really quite a wonderful and joyful moment. We should, of course, acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation as the traditional custodians of the country that we are meeting on today, and pay our respects to their elders past and present, and extend, of course, that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples who are here with us today. Before we go any further, let us take a moment in the room to pay tribute to the former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, who so shockingly and tragically was assassinated just a few days ago. Mr. Abe, as you all know, was Japan's longest-serving Prime Minister, serving 2 separate terms, respected at home and abroad. and we offer our deepest sympathies and condolences to his family, Mrs. Abe, and of course, the whole nation of Japan. We greatly appreciate that the Japanese Minister for Economy, Trade and Industry, Minister Hagiuda, he is still going to join us tomorrow. Unfortunately, he has been delayed by the memorial and the funeral which is taking place today, but he's made the commitment to get on a plane tomorrow and join us for a luncheon presentation. So we thank him for that, and to all the Japanese delegates who have already joined us, thank you, and our deepest sympathies are with you. Because, of course, the numbers that have come to this event put us in little doubt that this is indeed a very significant occasion. The inaugural Sydney Energy Forum, pushing forward the clean energy transition at an unprecedented time in geopolitics and energy challenges. A moment, I think, for many of you in the room who've been in this space for so long would probably understand that we have maybe never faced before. As an indication of the importance of this moment, we are thrilled to have opening the forum the Prime Minister of Australia, the Honourable Anthony Albanese. Welcome too to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Chris Bowen. Importantly, to other ministers from the region who have joined us, Dr. Alan Finkel, who is chair of the Forum's steering committee and highly passionate about this forum and its future, Dr. Fatih Birol, the executive director of the International Energy Agency. It's such a delight that he has joined us, and co-host Jennifer Westacott, the chief executive of the Business Council, who will be our delivery partner. I'm not going to exaggerate to say that we literally have the Academy Award winners of energy and climate policy in the room, and I could welcome literally each and every one of you. We'd have no time for anything else, I'm afraid, so we're going to meet these talented, fabulous people as the forum unfolds. Just to introduce myself briefly, my name is Beverly O'Connor, and my day job, or really, to be honest, it's a night job, is as an anchor for the ABC's international news program called The World, which also goes out into the region as part of our ABC international streaming. These are issues that you're going to be grappling with that I've covered, that have been very close to my heart. And I can't tell you what an honour and a privilege it is to be here with you and to be privy to these conversations so important that we've all been waiting for to take place over the coming days. My work, of course, has made me keenly aware of how the COVID pandemic dramatically upended global supply chains. But in fact, at the moment, who doesn't know what a global supply chain is? Because we've all been hit with it at the supermarket as the pandemic struck. But it really has been Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the resulting war that has deepened a crisis that has thrust future energy resources and supply and the desperate need for transition into a sharp focus. There is little doubt now that the path to net zero emissions requires a transformation to the energy systems that perhaps until now there really has not been an appetite for. There is, though, little time to waste. Secure, resilient, and sustainable clean energy supply chains need to be scaled rapidly to meet demand. The Indo-Pacific, from where many of you come, is at the centre of this transition, and it has a key role to play, representing also a massive opportunity if we seize it. Just a few statistics, the region already represents over 65% of global rare earth metal reserves, 89% of global solar PV module manufacturing, and over 86% of global lithium battery production. With the expertise we just have in this room, the engagement at ministerial level with the IEA, the possibilities become very tangible and potentially groundbreaking. Now, the program has been designed to build on discussions at the recent IEA Ministerial Forum and Indonesia's G20 presidency, and hopefully will set the direction
of subsequent discussions at the G20 Bali Summit and COP27 later this year. Talk alone will not be enough. And there is a really clear intent that the forum produces outcomes that include a suite of practical actions focusing on key opportunities to drive the development of secure, resilient, and sustainable clean energy supplies. In just a few weeks as Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese has signalled his clear intent on climate change and his determination to break the deadlock on Australia taking its global responsibilities seriously. You might have noticed he set a fairly cracking pace too on the world stage. It was within 24 hours that he joined his first Quad meeting up with the Prime Minister, with the President of the United States. I think he won a friend very quickly because I think Joe Biden expected Anthony Albanese to be nodding off given the sheer scale of his ability to get there. So we are so thrilled to have his backing at this forum. Please welcome the Australian Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese.
Well, thank you very much, and I also begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet and pay my respect to their elders past, present and emerging. And on behalf of the Australian Government that I have the honour of leading, I commit to the implementation of the Uluru Statement from the Heart in full, including a constitutionally enshrined voice to our national parliament. I also want to acknowledge here today Dr Birrell, our co-host from the IEA, Jennifer Westacott for being a delivery partner of the forum, and also Dr Alan Finkel, the chair of the forum steering committee, but also my ministerial colleagues who are here. We will be joined by the Minister from Japan, Minister Haguda, but we are joined by Minister Singh, Minister Tasrif, Minister Schuster, Secretary Granholm, and my own Minister, Minister Bowen, as well as the Assistant Minister, Jenny McAllister. Quite a lineup, it must be said, as well as leaders of the business community throughout the region. And I welcome you all here on behalf of the Australian Government, one and all, for this important forum. We did have a lovely dinner last night, it must be said, where we had some informal discussion and dialogue, which was incredibly constructive going forward, and I'm sure that this will be a successful 2 days spent here in Australia. I would like to begin, though, with a message for all of our Japanese friends who are here with us today. We all are in shock about the tragic death of former Prime Minister Abe Shinzo. Abe-san was a great friend of Australia as well as a leader of international significance. I attended the Japanese embassy in Canberra yesterday with my Foreign Minister, Penny Wong, to sign the condolence book. And his death is, of course, a profound loss for Japan, but also a profound loss for the world. I know that the friends that he had, including I see former Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull here with us this morning, all mourn this tragic loss for the world. But for the people of Japan, who of all countries does not have the sort of gun crime that we see in some places of the world, it was particularly shocking that this crime has occurred. And I just hope that the people of Japan can gain some solace from the knowledge that we grieve with you at this terrible time. We do come together today in a time of great uncertainty. The COVID-19 pandemic has exposed vulnerabilities and laid bare challenges that we simply cannot ignore. There are many lessons that we will all take from this experience, but one of the most critical ones for me is that we are stronger when we work together. We are, for all of our differences, one common human family. And we all call this one fragile planet our home. When we pause and reflect on this, we recognise our connection to one another. We recognise that we have a common stake in each other, and that the best way to meet the challenges in front of us is by finding common ground. That is what this forum is about, finding common ground. And that's the message I'm carrying with me today, a message underscored by your presence here today. The diversity and unity of purpose in this room makes it very clear. All of you coming together from across sectors and nations because you understand that our future is linked. All of us here know what needs to be done. The nature of the challenge and the science is not in question. Its urgency and scope is clear. The question is our ability, but importantly as well, our appetite to seize the opportunities that it contains and to shape them in our common interests. As Prime Minister, I'm committed to renewing Australia's standing in our region. This work is underway, demonstrating our government's commitment that each action that we take, each policy that we pursue in this space will be driven by a larger vision of our shared future, a future with new clean energy industries and jobs as its foundation, powered by renewable energy produced in Australia. I see Australia as a renewable energy superpower. But the only way to build this future is to start with the realities of the present. Russia's brutal and illegal invasion of Ukraine is a terrible human tragedy. It's one I witnessed firsthand just over a week ago on what some have called my holiday to Kyiv. It was a very confronting experience, and having a look firsthand at the challenge to international order which Russia's brutal invasion represents does threaten the peace and stability in which the post-World War II era has been based upon. But it's also exacerbating global energy insecurity, it's impacting the supply and price of energy, and it's reshaping energy markets. Australia, of course, has not been immune from these developments, with high global prices from gas and coal and the impact of severe weather on both demand for energy and supply of renewables, putting our national energy market under enormous strain. So when I look at the subheading of this conference about securing clean energy supply chain issues, it's a reminder that we no longer live in a world, if ever we did, where the nation state was immune from activities on the global scale. And that is why engaging in international relations is so important for us as a nation, but each of the nations where people have come here. And one of the themes that we came through last night was the way in which we're all interconnected and that we need to cooperate going forward. Our government has also, it's fair to say, inherited a challenging set of circumstances when it comes to climate and energy policy. We've inherited an electricity network designed for a different century. New investment in clean energy had stalled. A lack of investment in storage, but importantly as well in transmission. As a result, every day Australians don't just pay for their power, but they pay for the cost of building and operating an outdated grid. We've had no coherent energy policy for a decade. It has left us missing out on the jobs, growth and opportunities that our abundant renewable resources could deliver. And it's left businesses and investors without the clarity and certainty that they need. But as this forum highlights, this is indeed a new day. It is a new era. We need to act, and my government will act. We will lay a new foundation for sustainable growth and prosperity, a foundation that will move us from the era of inaction and delay to one where we create new jobs, new industries and drive down emissions. I've said we need to end the climate wars. And when we delivered our changed NDC to the United Nations FCCC, I was very pleased that we were joined by Jennifer from the Business Council of Australia, the Australian Industry Group, the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the National Farmers Federation, the ACTU, the Australian Conservation Foundation and the Clean Energy Council. A symbol but a really concrete one, that we can indeed do this, that there is an appetite to do this, to actually move forward as a nation, bringing together business and workers and communities in order to achieve the change that we need. Because this is a matter of urgency, but it's also one of optimism, that the challenge of climate change is also an opportunity going forward that we must seize to indeed become a renewable energy superpower, and to support the region's move towards a clean energy future with secure, reliable and resilient supply chains. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity, and our government's policies are designed to seize that opportunity with the determination and resolve that it demands. We have indeed already submitted our more ambitious 2030 NDC of 43%, up from the previous 26 to 28%. That will mean that renewables are 82% of the national energy market by 2030. The good news is that the modelling shows we'll create 604,000 new jobs while we're doing it. We'll have $52 billion at least of private sector investment facilitated by that policy. We'll accelerate the decarbonisation of our electricity grid. We'll allocate up to $3 billion for existing industries to adapt and new industries to grow in areas such as batteries and energy storage, clean energy component manufacturing, hydrogen electrolysers and fuel switching. We see enormous potential in hydrogen, and Australia has all the ingredients needed to become both a major hydrogen producer and a global exporter. We currently have over 70 hydrogen projects in the pipeline, with over 91% of the production planned, importantly, to be green hydrogen. And we also have plans to establish hydrogen refuelling infrastructure to support the next generation of heavy vehicles right around the country. Similarly, we'll establish our nation's first ever electric vehicle strategy on a national level, making electric vehicles cheaper and doubling existing investment in electric vehicle charging. We will create community batteries for shared storage and solar banks for households that can't install rooftop panels. And we'll create programs such as new energy apprenticeships and a new energy skills program that will make sure that Australians have the skills and training they need to work in this growing sector. Crucially, we'll work with business to drive emissions down predictably and gradually over time in the industrial sector. And we'll do so in a way that is consistent with reaching net zero by 2050. Importantly, when I convened under our system, the Federation can create some difficulties. If we're creating Australia today, we wouldn't maybe have 3 tiers of government, but it's one we have to deal with. And importantly, all of the states and territories from across the political spectrum have endorsed our plan going forward. And I think we're here in New South Wales. I thank in particular the Perrottet government and Matt Keane, their minister, for being such a strong supporter of that agenda going forward. It raises the prospect of depoliticising these issues in a way that is absolutely critical. This is a plan to take Australia forward, to create jobs, cut power bills and reduce emissions by boosting renewable energy. And we will be transparent and held accountable as we progress our agenda. When Parliament resumes in just a couple of weeks' time, my Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Chris Bowen, who is here with us today and who will be leading this forum, will introduce our climate change bill. It's been developed with our new department. Pretty bizarre to say that in 2022 we have a new Department of Climate Change, but we do. We had to create it from scratch as if we were just at the beginning again. And the Secretary of the Department, David Fredericks, is here with us here today. Chris Bowen will be playing a role leading this forum over the next couple of days while I travel to Fiji to advance our agenda with our Pacific Island friends. Chris will introduce our climate change bill to the Parliament, seeking to enshrine our targets into law, providing the certainty that industry and investors need in Australia and beyond. We have a mandate for that legislation, and the other parties can decide what they do with that, but we will be pursuing our mandate without compromise. We have a mandate for that from the Australian people. That legislation will provide a requirement for the Minister to report annually on progress in meeting our targets. After decades of inertia, Australia is choosing action and innovation. We have both the resolve and we have the expertise to take this on. But we know that the best way to achieve our ambition is to work alongside our friends and partners, including those in this room, to take this journey together. We are proud of our place in the Indo-Pacific, proud of the ties of friendship and cooperation that bind our countries together. And few regions have more at stake or more to gain in meeting this challenge collectively than our own. We are, of course, the fastest growing region of the world in human history, home to more than half of the planet's population, nearly 2/3 of the world's economy, and more than 60% of global energy supply. But we also bear many of the burdens of climate change. 70% of the world's natural disasters occur in our region. And in 2019, over 90 million people in the Indo-Pacific were affected by climate-related disasters. In Australia here, we have experienced successive seasons of unprecedented bushfires and floods. And before the bushfires and floods, we had drought. Here in Sydney and its surrounding regions, in the past week, we have had what we used to call, and some people still call, a 1 in 1,000-year event. Then they called it a 1 in 100-year event. Guess what? It's now an annual event, is what we have experienced here in Greater Sydney, having a devastating impact, literally on lives, but on livelihoods, as homes have disappeared underwater and tragedy has occurred. We all recognise the enormous challenge of this moment in our history, but while the task we face is great, if we act boldly and decisively, it is also an opportunity. The Indo-Pacific is the largest target for private investment in clean energy, accounting for nearly 80% of global investment in 2021. And this will only increase because if the world is to reach net zero emissions by 2050, our investment in clean energy must more than triple. Meeting this demand will require a renewable energy supply around 6 times greater than our region's current annual solar and wind energy generation. The numbers shouldn't daunt us. If you'll excuse the pun, they should energise us. If we empower businesses, scientists, engineers, workers and the private sector to work together across our region, we can unleash investment and innovation in clean energy at a scale that we have never seen before. And it gives us the impetus to push boundaries of science, technology and imagination in pursuit of a better future for generations to come. It is essential that the unprecedented levels of investment in clean energy technologies required over the coming decades unlock more diverse and secure supply chains than we have today. Greater diversity and security of critical minerals extraction and processing, greater diversity of clean energy technology manufacturing, and security of clean energy supply are essential for managing supply and strategic risks. Together, we can ensure better access to affordable, reliable and secure clean energy right across the Indo-Pacific as we move to a net zero world. Australia is eager and ready to do our part. Our nation has a long, proud history as an established and reputable global energy exporter. We have an abundance of the rare earths and critical minerals that will underpin new energy economies: aluminium, lithium, copper, cobalt and nickel. And through our research and engineering endeavours, we will continue to get the best of Australian ingenuity out into the global market. And we're bringing all of these components together for the benefit of our region and our world. Take, for example, Suncable's Australia-Asia Powerlink, which aims to bring all these components together to export Australian solar energy from the Northern Territory to Singapore. Or our National Science Agency's innovative Ultra Battery, which will soon power hybrid electric vehicles across North America. Or the Asian Renewable Energy Hub in the Pilbara region of Western Australia, which has the potential to be one of the largest renewables and green hydrogen hubs in the world. Our government has also committed to do more, much more, with our regional and global partners. Already, we've announced new climate financing and infrastructure partnerships to support and strengthen cooperation with the Pacific neighbours. We'll deepen our engagement with Southeast Asia and ASEAN as a priority. And last month, I announced a $200 million climate and infrastructure partnership with Indonesia when I visited President Widodo just last month. Climate change was also a focus of my first international engagements at the Quad Leaders Summit in Japan, just 2 days after the election, the Major Economies Forum on Climate and Energy in June, hosted by President Biden, and in my meetings with friends and allies during the NATO Summit and my visit to Europe. And we've made great progress on a new and innovative green economy agreement with Singapore to facilitate trade and investment in environmental goods and services, strengthen environmental governance, and help build global clean energy capacity. My government has also affirmed Australia's commitment to the creation of a global coalition for blue carbon, and we've promised ongoing help to support blue carbon projects in the Pacific. And I look forward to attending the PIF, the Pacific Island Forum, this week, where I will discuss our proposal to co-host a UN climate summit with our Pacific partners to elevate and prioritise issues which impact our region the most. Australia will once again be a trusted global partner on climate action. I'm ambitious about what we can achieve together. Our co-host, the IEA, has stated that 50% of what we need for a zero emissions future is already at our disposal. But the other 50% will come from technology that is still under development. Here at this forum, we will have a deep reservoir of ideas. We need your inspiration and vision to forge the path forward. The findings, information and data presented by the world's leading experts over the next 2 days will be invaluable to the work that lies ahead of us. To achieve the scale, the diversity needed to go forward in a secure way with clean energy supply chains are necessary for our collective emissions reduction goals, to challenge convention, share ideas and boldly imagine the future in an all-encompassing enterprise, and to release a surge of creativity and innovation, a surge that will shape actions and help inform other international efforts, including in the IEA, the G20 and COP27. When G7 leaders met just this month, they discussed innovative ways to ensure an orderly, fair and equitable energy transition, including with partners in our region. And when I meet G20 leaders in Bali in November to discuss accelerating energy transitions globally, I will draw on this forum's discussions, particularly your views on energy security and the transformative role on clean energy technologies. I firmly believe that our willingness to work together on this issue will inspire greater ambition and action right around the world. This challenge demands our ambition, and future generations need us to deliver on it. In conclusion, can I say that hosting this forum on our shores underlines Australia's commitment to confront this challenge. It's a commitment shared by all of you and by all of the nations that you represent. And it comes from a shared understanding that we owe all that we know and are to this one precious planet, and that together we can accomplish so much more than we could ever do alone. Our work here and now will determine the quality of life for future generations. It's not just about energy or the environment, it's about how our economies grow, but it also, of course, is about our national security going forward as well. It won't be easy. Each step will bring its own challenges, and we will need to learn and adjust our approach as science advances and technology evolves. But I have no doubt that if we work tirelessly in common effort, we will achieve our common purpose. Confident in the innovation and ingenuity at our disposal, let us create an enduring framework for a better future and an enduring legacy of the partnership between our Indo-Pacific nations. I wish you a very successful couple of days here, and I hope that for our international visitors, you enjoy your time in this great global city of Sydney. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much to the Prime Minister, and of course, I think very reassuring for many of you in the room to hear about Australia's commitment going forward and to many of the initiatives that, as he mentioned, the Minister Chris Bowen will be taking up. In keeping with his very busy schedule, he will be leaving us, sadly, the Prime Minister. He is off to the Pacific Island Leaders Forum, which is happening right now in Fiji. So let's thank him again for making time to really set the scene for the next couple of days. We all know the Pacific Islands have been looking so closely at the rest of the world to tackle climate change, to tackle these issues, but their very existence under threat. Now, we have a very, very packed schedule, as you all know. The program is busy. So what we're going to do is start inviting the guests for our first plenary session to start making their way to the stage. If I could ask Dr. Fatih Birol to join us, Secretary Jennifer Granholm, President Masatsugu Asakawa, and Dr. Andrew Triggy Forrest, please start making your way up to the stage, perhaps from the left-hand side. Left, that's my right. Sorry, let me get this right. And join us up on the stage. As I set the scene for our first session, and this really is the session where we want to set the scene for the scale and scope of the clean energy transition that is needed to achieve decarbonisation's goals. During the next hour or so, we're going to reflect on the history of energy, the changing geopolitical order and subsequent implications for energy security, access, reliability and affordability, both globally and in the region. So it is my great pleasure to introduce our first keynote address. Dr. Fatih Birol is the Executive Director of the International Energy Agency, IEA. He's been a very close partner with us and as co-host of the Sydney Energy Forum. So many of you know him either personally or by reputation. He is so highly regarded and sought after on these issues and brings for us a wealth of experience in all aspects of international energy. Now, for the forum specifically, he has focused on the challenge as a result of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. He has also drafted a report that you should have all received, focused on clean energy supply chains. Please make very welcome Dr. Fatih Birol.
Ministers, dear colleagues, very good morning to all of you. It is a great honor for the International Energy Agency to co-organize this very important event. Very many thanks to Prime Minister. He gave an excellent speech covering several aspects of this meeting and the drivers of clean energy transition around the world. Many thanks to also my colleague, Mr. Finkel, working together with the IEA colleagues to put this excellent meeting together. And I would like to also join Prime Minister to present our condolences to our Japanese colleagues, Japanese population. As Mr. Prime Minister mentioned, yes, he was a very good friend to Australia, but he was also a very good friend to Indonesia, India, European countries around the world, and we at the IEA enjoyed his leadership substantially. So our condolences to our Japanese colleagues. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to first tell you a few things about the current energy situation we are in, and then discuss some of the aspects of clean energy and the supply chains, why they are so critical. But let me start from today. As I said a few months ago, we are in the middle of the first global energy crisis. The world has never witnessed such a major energy crisis in terms of its depth and its complexity. It is interwoven by many factors, including the geopolitics. And I believe we might not have seen the worst of it yet. This is affecting the entire world. Mr. Prime Minister mentioned we had a very productive dinner yesterday. But after dinner, I just was joined to a meeting in Brussels with President von der Leyen and her commissioners about Europe. This winter in Europe will be very, very difficult. Energy security, gas security, oil security will be immensely important for Europe. But not only in Europe, we are feeling the impacts of the global energy crisis and the very high energy prices around the world. From Sri Lanka to Albania, from Albania to Argentina, from Argentina to Sub-Saharan Africa. This is a major concern, and this may have serious implications for the global economy. Having said that, talking with many governments around the world, developing nations, advanced economy nations, I believe this current situation may also be a turning point in the history of energy. I believe this for two reasons. First, when I look at the governments today, their agenda, the drivers for a clean energy future is today driven by economic realities, climate commitments, and at the same time, national security factors. These three factors coming together is a very powerful combination. And I see many countries are seeing clean energy technologies as a response to the current crisis in the future. The second reason why I believe this situation can be a turning point in the history of energy is the history. Some of you may remember, in 1970s, we had two oil crises, one after another. They also led to surge in inflation, recession in the global economy, but at the same time, they led to major innovation in energy policies. I give you two examples. Efficiency of cars. In the 1970s, an average car in the world needed 18 liters to drive 100 kilometers. 18 liters for 100 kilometers. But the policies, as a response to this crisis, in many countries around the world, made sure that only in a few years of time, an average car in the world needed only 10 liters instead of 18 liters to drive 100 kilometers. Efficiency policies were very strong in US, in Japan, in Europe, in Asia, Africa, and many parts of the world. The second one was under nuclear power. Again, as a response of the governments around the world, nuclear power plants mushroomed around the world. In fact, today, 40% of the nuclear power plants in operation today were installed as a response to 1970s oil price crisis. And as such, I believe the world may again show such a reflex, such a reaction to the current developments. We may see a jump in the energy policies globally, and some good results may come around. So there are definitely some good and close similarities between the current crisis and the crisis we had in the 70s. But there are three also differences. The first one is, in the 70s, we had only an oil crisis. And now we have oil, natural gas, coal, electricity prices. They are all going up off the roof. Why? Very simple. Russia, the country that invaded Ukraine, as of 24th of February, Russia was the #1 oil exporter of the world, #1 natural gas exporter of the world, a major player in the coal markets. And as a result, we are seeing that the entire energy system is going through a crisis. The second difference between 70s and now, we are fortunate that unlike 70s, we have now readily available clean energy technologies which are proven to be cheap. Renewables, breaking records year by year, mainly driven by solar energy, but wind and the hydro are coming as well. Electric cars. 2019, only 2% of entire car sales in the world were electric cars, and this year, 2022, from 2%, we are going to see almost 15% of all the cars sold in the world are electric cars. And it is going very strongly. hydrogen. They are all growing and they are with us. They can be expanded unlike the 1970s. And the third and the final difference between the current crisis and 70s is we have now many countries around the world having national commitments to reach our climate targets. These commitments, in most cases, are set in stone. Policies are developed, and I would like to once again congratulate here Australia for revising its long-term NDCs. Having said that, dear colleagues, we are going to see some tension in some countries, some discussions in some countries, how we are going to align our immediate energy security concerns vis-à-vis our climate goals. This is difficult, but not impossible. I would like to here mention the recent G7 summit in Germany, in Elmau. I think Germany made an excellent work by also inviting the leaders of the emerging world, such as Prime Minister Modi, Indonesian President Joko Widodo, and very clearly in their communique, we have the State Secretary Cook is with us here, in their communique, how we can provide short-term responses to energy security issues without forgetting our long-term climate commitments. Here, one of the most important things, in my view, is the A, not lock in large-scale fossil fuel investments, and B, making sure to understand what is the reason of the current energy crisis. I hear in some countries, in some corners, surprisingly, some say that the reason of the current energy crisis is the clean energy policies. This is absolutely wrong. Factually, and in my view, ethically, very wrong and misleading. If anybody wants to discuss the numbers, I am here. So I wanted to just underline this. So, dear colleagues, we are seeing that the clean energy, as I mentioned, transition is going through very strongly. And in many parts of the world, not only in the advanced economies, as some people think, in India, China, Latin America, Africa, solar energy, and the others are growing very strongly. Now, this is, of course, very good for energy security. Very good for energy security because, as Secretary Granholm mentions all the time, the sun is free. It is definitely it's a homegrown energy. The same for efficiency and other technologies. Having said that, we have an issue which is the topic of this meeting, the supply chains. At the IEA, we are paying a lot of attention on energy security, as you may know. And in terms of supply chain, we just finished a study on solar. As I said, solar power is growing around the world because it's cheap. But there is one issue. We just wanted to, as IEA, to give a heads up, which is the following. Today, about 80% of the global supply chain manufacturing comes from one single country. All these four major pillars of the manufacturing comes from one single country, China. China did an excellent work in the last 10, 15 years to bring the cost of solar down, providing multiple benefits around the world. But at the same time, today, 80% for any country in the world is a big number. And we look at all the new manufacturing capacity under construction in the world. All the countries, in 2025, which means tomorrow, this 80% share of China will become 95%. So this is, for any country, reliance for one single product, one single technology to rely the entire world, one single country is something that we all need to think about from an energy security perspective. One province in China is responsible about 40% of the global manufacturing. Two major factories are responsible about 25%. What happens if there's a fire in one of those factories? The entire global supply chain will be affected. So from that point of view, we think the diversification of the solar supply chains will be important. Another aspect is the critical minerals. Again, we see a concentration here. Just to give you again one example, lithium and cobalt, two very important critical minerals. Three top producers of lithium and cobalt around the world are responsible more than 75% of the global output. And these are important for the electric cars, for batteries, and others. Again, here, diversification will be very important. And it is the reason I am thankful once again, Secretary Granholm, for being the last chair of the International Energy Agency Ministerial Meeting to give us the mandate, our member countries, to provide a safety network for the world in terms of critical minerals. Coming back to, again, solar, I should mention you that while we see the major dominant role of China, some countries are putting policies in place. India is providing grants for high-efficiency solar manufacturing. US is discussing providing tax credit for the global solar manufacturing at home. These are all good examples. But in this very region, in the Pacific region, as Mr. Prime Minister mentioned, huge economy, huge potential, and also a lot of fast-growing economies such as India. But at the same time, we see in this region there are countries which will be immediately affected from the impacts of climate change, such as I discussed with the Minister of Samoa, Minister Schuster, yesterday evening, huge, difficult consequences of that. These issues, I hope, will be discussed also at the G20 meeting in Indonesia. Minister Tassif is with us here. Very tough time, very tough job for having a G20 meeting, but I am sure Indonesia will do, once again, it is best to bring everybody together. But I hope, Mr. Minister, the issues of Indo-Pacific will be discussed in your meeting in Bali early September. So, dear colleagues, we are going through a major global energy crisis, and I am very hopeful that the clean energy transitions will get a boost from the current crisis, with the governments leading the move. And while doing that, in terms of clean energy, we should not forget the energy security aspects in terms of critical supply chains. And here, this meeting, therefore, is a very timely one. As far as I know, this is the first one that such a meeting is organized, just focusing on this topic. And when I meet my colleagues from our Australian government today and tomorrow, I will recommend them that this meeting becomes a regular feature in the international energy agenda, maybe back-to-back to IEA ministerial meetings. Once again, thank you very much to our Australian government and to all of you being with us here today. Thank you.
Dr. Birrell, thank you so much, and really such an interesting focus for you to put on how we continue and progress our conversation. Just some very challenging statistics around what this issue brings for all of us in the room. Let's now move to our second speaker. We're delighted to have with us the United States Secretary of Energy, Jennifer Granholm. Her department, of course, is responsible for the US's clean energy transition. The US, of course, has indicated that it'll play a very key role as a leader in the Indo-Pacific, and the importance of energy security plays such a pivotal role, as we've just heard from Dr. Birrell. As Governor of Michigan, Senator Granholm led the transition of the state's economy from traditional automotive and manufacturing to EVs and clean energy. So she has a sterling track record. Please welcome Secretary Jennifer Granholm.
Thank you so much, Beverly. Dr. Birrell, it's always so great to listen to you and your facts, and it should make our hair on fire, given the alarming nature that we're all seeing out there. Not just, obviously, the monopolization of supply chains by some countries, but also what we're experiencing with respect to climate. So I am excited to be here. I'm excited. This is my first time in Australia. So I'm thrilled to be here in this beautiful city. And I am thrilled that our whole team has been able to come and form even stronger relationships with not just Australia, but our other fellow ministers. I know that the US and Australia share a huge amount in common. I'm so excited to be representing the Biden administration in saying that we are thrilled about this partnership. The Albanese government and the new nationally determined contributions and our shared interest and a belief that the world flourishes when democracies flourish, and that we also share this great history of being energy exporters. And while we have exported fossil fuels, we see this opportunity, as the Prime Minister said, of being clean energy powerhouses and clean energy exporters. So we share that in common as well. Okay, so we're facing three crises, as Dr. Birrell said. We have the crisis of the war in Ukraine, which of course obviously has globally impacted energy. We have the crisis of COVID, which supply chains have been enormously impacted as a result of shutdowns, turnoffs, and slow ramp up to be able to fill those supply chains back in. And of course, we face the crisis of climate change. I know that the torrential rains that you all have experienced in Sydney are one example. Right now, the United States, half of the United States, especially the southern half, is under a huge heat dome. We are experiencing the lengthening of our wildfire seasons. Right now in California, they have sprinklers turned on the thousands-year-old sequoia trees to prevent them from burning down as a result of these expansive wildfires. So we know that our land is on fire, so therefore our hair should be on fire. We should see this fierce urgency of now, as Dr. Martin Luther King spoke of in a different context. We also know that the crisis that we're facing presents a huge opportunity, not just in the economy, as we've been talking about, but also to reduce the price of energy. We see with fossil fuels how volatile it is, that there's only one direction for the price of clean energy, and it continues irreversibly to move cheaper. And that, for our citizens, is a balm in this moment when they're paying, in the US, almost $5 a gallon. Similarly, here in Singapore, it's almost $9 a gallon equivalent. It is too expensive. Another exclamation point on why we must move to clean. And then, of course, as Dr. Birrell said, as the Prime Minister said, this is truly about security, about our energy security and our energy independence as nations. I like to quote often my counterpart in Ireland, Minister Ryan, who often says that no country has ever been held hostage to access to the sun. No country has ever been held hostage to access to the wind. They have not ever been weaponized, nor will they be. So therefore, our move to clean energy globally could be the greatest peace plan of all. We want and need to move to clean. And we share this with Australia, the US does. Ample sunshine, lots of land for solar and wind farms, a coast with an opportunity for offshore wind, a skilled workforce. Both of us have infrastructure that needs to up our game in, and we are all working on that. But we see our opportunity as exporters of clean energy to be able to play a role in bringing that peace plan to the world. Our work has already started in the US. It's been mentioned the Biden administration also upped our NDCs. We are very focused on getting to 100% clean electricity by 2035, cutting our CO2 emissions in half by 2030, and of course reaching a net zero economy by 2050. And we know that as we move with great assertiveness, with determination, with alacrity to this clean energy future, that we have to ensure the reliability of energy overall for our citizens. It would be a huge setback if our citizens flipped on the switch and did not find themselves with the lights on. So as we are aggressively building out this clean energy future, we have to make sure that it is done in a managed way. We have to make sure that it is an aggressive, orderly transition and not a disorderly one, because that could set us back. And so I am very enthused, we are very enthused, the President of the United States is very enthused about growing the clean energy pie by building out clean. This transition in the United States, we have 13 years before we get to 100% clean electricity. It is not just the flipping of a switch. It is a period of time that it allows us to do this in a way that achieves buy-in and that is still very aggressive. So we want to plan responsibly, but with a sense of urgency. And we need industry with us. We need the fossil energy industry with us, by the way. You know, as the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has said, we cannot do this without, for example, carbon management, without making sure that we are enlisting the fossil energy world, because these fossil fuels are not going to go away entirely, but we can decarbonize. And so we need them as partners in doing this. And we are grateful to see that some, and hopefully all of them will see the light, but some of them have been moving in this direction in an admirable way. Some of them are very interested in partnering on hydrogen. Some are very interested in partnering on carbon capture and sequestration. Some are interested in moving toward offshore wind. I hope that some are interested, for example, in geothermal, given the expertise that many of them have in the subsurface. So I think there is a moment for all of us to call upon diversification of the fossil energy business world to become energy companies and not just fossil fuel companies. We have to do this right. And we're eager in the Biden administration to work with all who want to move us in this direction. We do need for this transition to be equitable. And in the United States, we feel very, very moved by this. Equitable in two senses. One is that many in the fossil energy community are understandably nervous. Workers are understandably nervous about what they see. And we are grateful that they have powered this country for the past 100 years, or this country, these countries. And we want them to power our nations for the next 100 years, but in clean energy. We want them to see in themselves the ability to power nations, their skills corresponding with the clean energy technologies that we want to bring on, whether it is hydrogen, whether it is geothermal, whether it's building the batteries for long-duration storage or building the vehicles that will electrify our transportation system. We see the opportunity for them to have jobs as well, and we have to develop place-based strategies so that they can benefit from this clean energy economy instead of just being victimized by it. And in the United States, and I know in many nations as well, there are communities that have been disproportionately negatively affected by fossil fuels. And the Biden administration has something called the Justice 40 Initiative, in which 40% of our investments must go to communities that are frontline communities, that may have been subject to the fossil fuel and the pollutants associated with being under the shadows of smokestacks. We want those communities to be repaired and to be able to participate in this clean energy future. And that's what the North Star, or maybe here, the Southern Cross of Joe Biden's energy policy really is. We must do this, and we must do it in a just way that ensures that 40% of the benefits go to those communities. So since the day the president took office, we have worked extremely hard and fast to make this energy transition a reality. And we have, at the Department of Energy, we have 17 national laboratories, and we are issuing Earthshots goals to be able to achieve the technological breakthroughs necessary to see deployment happen at scale. We have crafted the beginnings of a clean energy industrial policy, industrial strategy to ensure that the supply chains are built in the United States instead of standing there and watching other countries Bigfoot our ability to manufacture clean energy products. We formed partnerships with companies like Ford and GM and Stellantis, who now themselves have a goal of selling 50% of their new fleet by 2030 as electric vehicles. We're building out the clean energy infrastructure in terms of the electric vehicle by putting charging stations in places that are government-supported charging stations in places where they have not cropped up yet because the private sector hasn't seen it to their advantage. And yet we want to make sure we take away the range anxiety that so many have because they don't feel like they can charge wherever they drive. We want a modern grid with an expanded capacity, and that's what the president has signed into law with the bipartisan infrastructure law that puts $62 billion through the Department of Energy in charging stations, building out the batteries, building out clean hydrogen hubs in places all across America, building out the ability to decarbonize, and real focus on making sure we have the storage necessary to ensure that renewable energy is reliable and dispatchable, energy storage being so important. It wasn't lost on us when Prime Minister Albanese and Minister Bowen and their team put those new requirements on, came in right out of the bat, said this is the mandate, as you heard. So excited to work with you on that. We applaud them. But ultimately, of course, this clean energy transition is bigger than one country. It's bigger than both of our countries. It's bigger than all of the countries that are represented here. This is all of our work. And, you know, we want to make sure that we are not, as nations, under the thumb of petro-dictators, under the thumb of those who don't share our values, and under the thumb of those who strategically would like to control aspects of the supply chain. Understandable. We all want to have a large footprint on the supply chain, but we also want to make sure that we are doing this in partnership with one another. So we do have to collaborate. We are bigger together. And so the sharing of our values is so very important. We know that, in fact, Prime Minister Robert Menzies once commented to Lyndon Johnson, President of the United States, about the relationship between Australia and the US. And he said, "We may be small, but we are friends. And it is a good thing to have friends, great or small. And I think that Prime Minister Menzies would be awed at the great heights that Australia would later reach. And I think he would be very pleased to know that this friendship has lasted, making us both larger together. And he would take satisfaction, I'm sure, with the other friends that make us larger still together in collaboration. We need, because of the geopolitical realignments, we need to make sure that our friends stick together as we make our respective nations stronger, as we lower costs of energy, and most importantly, as we heal our shared home. Thank you so much.
Secretary Granholm, that was really inspiring, and of course, the friendship between Australia and the United States has been long and enduring, but critically, both the US and Australia are now ensuring that the regional partnerships that develop, the regional alliances that develop are going to also be very important to our future prosperity globally. Let's now move to our third speaker, Masatsugu Asakawa, who of course is president of the Asian Development Bank. He brings a very strong regional knowledge on the challenges facing many developing countries, particularly in relation to accessing finance and to scale up the deployment of clean energy technologies. Please make him very welcome, Masatsugu Asakawa.
Your Excellencies, Ministers, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a great pleasure to join you here in this beautiful city of Sydney, and I'm grateful to the Government of Australia for the invitation to speak at such a relevant and timely event. But before I talk about energy issue, I'm originally come from Japan, so please allow me to express my sincere gratitude to Prime Minister Albanese and others for their very warm words about former Japanese Prime Minister Mr. Shinzo Abe, who passed away. Yes, that event was really shocking to everybody. I personally don't still believe that such a tragedy did happen in my country, but such a warm, heartfelt word of condolences by many people will surely give great comfort to himself and his family, and also Japanese people in general. Thank you so much. So today, I will offer a few reflections on each of the themes of today's plenary from the perspective of Asia and the Pacific, and our work at ADB, Asian Development Bank. Before I begin, let me provide very briefly some background on my organization, ADB. The Asian Development Bank is a multilateral development bank established in 1966. Back then, the Asia-Pacific region was, as you know, one of the poorest regions in the world. Today, Asia is a global powerhouse, contributing to more than half of the world economic growth. Asia's stunning development had lifted more than 1 billion people out of extreme poverty since 1990. ADB has supported this journey to prosperity. We have seen the dramatic economic transformation possible. It happened in spite of the pessimism over 50 years ago about the industrialization and development of Asia. We have also seen how better policies and institutions contributed to Asia's post-war economic success. They nurtured market economies, a vibrant private sector, and technological innovation. My friend, we know that Asia's economic transformation is far from complete, and so ADB will continue to support our developing member countries on their path to a more prosperous, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable future. To do this, we must meet the challenges we face today. One of these is climate change, obviously, which brings me to the themes of our session today. Let me turn now to the very first theme, decarbonization. The world needs to decarbonize. Asia and the Pacific is now responsible for 50%, actually more than 50% of global greenhouse gas emissions. The impacts of climate change are worsening, especially for small island nations and the most vulnerable populations. The battle against climate change will be won or lost in Asia and the Pacific. ADB is introducing solutions that can turn the tide. For example, the Energy Transmission Mechanism, or ETM, will retire coal power plants earlier than originally scheduled, and has the potential to be the largest carbon reduction model in the world. Also, our new energy policy articulates this commitment to support the low-carbon energy transition in Asia and the Pacific region. It reflects our decision to withdraw from coal financing and to ensure access to affordable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. It also recognizes the important role of new technologies and how access to these technologies will be the key to seeking greater ambition in the national determined contributions and releases of our developing member countries. I also strongly believe that the transition to clean and efficient energy sources is fully compatible with robust economic growth. We should invest in low-carbon development, not only because it can put us on a path to a net zero future, but because it will increase prospects for strong and sustainable growth. However, there is another aspect of low-carbon transition that requires the same level of commitment from us to ensure that the energy transition is just, inclusive, and sustainable. Affected workers, communities, and women need to be protected from the negative impacts of the transition. For example, through social protection measures. They also need to have access to the benefits of the transition, such as by building skills for green jobs. To help finance the transition, countries need sustainable domestic resource of revenue, of support green development, which means tax revenue. So domestic resource mobilization, or DRM, will also help to avert the fiscal crisis that undermine broader economic and social stability. Then let me turn to today's second theme of energy security. This is a critical issue facing many parts of the world right now, including in our region. Developing countries are being swept up in the economic and geopolitical instability affecting energy and other markets. We have all seen the long lines of petrol stations in many countries, not only in Sri Lanka and Myanmar and everywhere, while others are suffering from load shedding and rolling blackouts. We need to place energy security as the top of the agenda. Well, in this context, energy efficiency and renewable energy investments can help us improve energy security by reducing heavy dependency on costly fossil fuel imports in the region and increasing self-sufficiency. Energy efficiency is the fastest and lowest cost option for countries to reduce energy demand and help better manage energy supply disruptions from the energy crisis, as well as increasing extreme weather events. In addition to improving energy efficiency, renewable energy can help countries to diversify the current energy supply mix with cheaper and low carbon energy resources. Then let me turn to my final theme, my friends. We all need to pick up the scale and pace of energy transition. ADB is doing this in a number of ways. First, we elevated last year our ambition to provide $100 billion in cumulative climate finance between 2019 and 2030 for those 12 years. Second, we are de-risking investments to crowd in more sources of funding, including substantial private sector investment. Third, we are issuing green and blue bonds by ourselves. And fourth, we see our responses to the COVID-19 pandemic and other crises as opportunities to transform economies towards green development by working with development partners, including the Australia Climate Partnership Fund. As I'm here at the Sydney Energy Forum, I want to ask you to join us in our efforts to support these approaches. In particular, let me call for swift corrective action on one of ADB's newest and most important initiatives. It's called Innovative Finance Facility for Climate in Asia and Pacific, or in short, IFCAP, IFCAP, IFCAP. IFCAP is an innovative guarantee facility that will scale up our financing, the financing by MDBs, leveraging at least $3-4 of financing for every $1 put in. When we think about the trillions of dollars required, it is only possible to raise the required volumes of resources through leveraged approaches like IFCAP. We all committed to shift $100 billion from developed to developing countries annually. The traditional multilateral approach of financing that provides $1 in, $1 out is important, but will not be sufficient. So I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the Australian government for their support for these initiatives by ADB. In closing, let me thank you for inviting me here to speak with you today. I also want to say how much I'm looking forward to the discussion about how we can work together to implement these ideas. Our collective action must be earned attention.
Thank you very much again. Some very important remarks and certainly an opportunity for us to really just set the scale and the scope, as we've heard from our three speakers, in terms of the challenge that lies ahead. We're now going to have about 10 or 15 minutes or so for you to take advantage of the wonderful guests that we have here in the room, and we're going to be taking questions from you, from the audience. We, of course, have a flow-on room downstairs, so we digitally can perhaps get some questions through to our guests here. But I'm going to be introducing, to manage the question and answer session, to someone I'm sure you well know, Dr. Andrew Forrest. He's the chair and founder of the Australian iron ore giant Fortescue Metals, and of course among a number of other companies. But he has enthusiastically and ambitiously embraced green hydrogen, and it has really been so exciting and encouraging to see a business leader embrace the change, the very huge energy challenge of this generation. So over to you, Andrew. And I'm sure we're thrilled to have you. We're going to be hearing from him later tonight, of course, as well. But this is an energizing but very challenging time, isn't it?
Look, it really is. And we had three fabulous speakers, and I just want to give you all deep encouragement. As Asakawa-san, in particular, you, sir, I know you're a special advisor to Prime Minister Shinzo Abe much loved all over the world, and we grieve for yours and your nation's loss. Secretary Granholm, thank you, sir. Secretary Granholm, excellent speech, and you have to, of course, embrace the rapid evolution of fossil fuel to decarbonisation, but we have heard language that defossilization doesn't mean decarbonisation and vice versa. Decarbonisation doesn't mean defossilization. That's a fundamental misrepresentation of the science. We are not going to send our world pollution free and green, as you pointed out so strongly, unless we do go green ourselves. And your nation is doing some really fantastic work around this. Driving green hydrogen, I think, is a spectacular example of that, but the work on your transmission lines so that we can plug coal-fired power stations into the grid to not send coal out, but green molecules in and send green hydrogen out. I think your country should really lead the way on this, and you have got something going for you which is massive self-consumption. Fadi, my friend, under a different government, I didn't even get invited to the International Energy Agency. There was a number of fossil fuel companies there, and you just heard I was in Europe, and you invited me, and I will not forget that, and gave me prime speaking spots. And you had a message to deliver, and you did it so well, both in the media yesterday and today, but then in person so strongly, that as Secretary Granholm has said, dictators who will hold you by the throat if they can, and don't think that if you're in the food bowl of Ukraine, you're any less vulnerable being in a mineral and energy bowl of Kazakhstan if Russia gets away with invading Ukraine. And as a friend of mine, Malcolm Turnbull, said, you might not be that interested in war, but war is very interested in you. I went to Kiev and throughout Ukraine very recently to see for myself the hideous devastation and speak to the mums and dads and the kids and then the presidents and everyone else, just to know how very terrible it is to be invaded by a country, to drive past beautiful people playing with their kids in the parks and farmers working their fields and knowing that someone is out to kill them if they don't bend to his will. And we just simply must stand up to this. And how is what Australia and America and its allies are doing all over the world, which is supporting that country. But don't think for a second that history will not repeat itself unless we have a new form of energy. And that new form of energy, as Secretary Granholm has said, cannot be ransomed, and you cannot be held to that ransom, ladies and gentlemen, because it's free and it's forever. And we can convert that to the miracle molecule, to methane, ammonia, that's ship engines. Trust what a man does. We've built ship engines which run green. We're putting them in a ship later this year. We've built train engines which run green. We're putting it on our train systems next year. We are building truck engines. You know, the big suppliers didn't believe us and they refused to supply truck engines because we wanted to put in hydrogen fuel cells and batteries until we gave their competition a $500 million order to give us trucks and mobile equipment without engines so we can send them green. So I wanted to really give you great hope. But let me just ask Fadi Birol with you. If there is a way that you could send a message to world leaders that going green is really the only solution, how would you deliver that?
I mean, if they join to this meeting, they would understand. Everybody is very clear. Secretary Granholm made a very good point. Mr. President made a very good point. It is, in my view, going for still large-scale fossil fuel investments have two risks. One, the climate risk. And we all know that you look in the future of energy, and many of the countries around the world, from India, Indonesia, Europe, US, Japan, everybody made the net zero 2050, 2060, 2070 commitments. So if those large-scale fossil fuel investments see the light of the day, today, you forget them, those commitments.
Very good point.
But second, here, because leaders might not be convinced by only the climate risk. There is a serious business risk. As I said, a global energy economy is emerging. Number of electric cars, solar, wind, hydrogen, efficiency, they are growing very strongly, and I am not sure if you make a major new coal mine investment today, which will bring the first coal in a few years of time, the world demand for coal will still increase, and there will be a need for this additional production. There is a business risk as well. So what I would try to make the world leaders understand, that the insisting in large-scale fossil fuel investments involve two risks: climate risk for the planet and business risk for the investors.
Thank you. That's a really good point. Thank you, Fadi. Secretary Granholm, with Jennifer, if I may. Jennifer, like all of us, we've deeply admired your strong leadership on this issue. I know politically you must be pragmatic, but then when we can tell by the fire in your voice, by the increase in its timbre, when you are really prosecuting an argument that you deeply believe in. I've spoken with colleagues of yours, particularly in Germany, and fellow leaders like you, and they've asked me to describe how will Fortescue Metals Group, a huge industrial company, go green by 2030, if not earlier. That's zero carbon. And when I've described everything, they've said, "Oh my God, you're like a little Germany. You know, you have all the same challenges." Secretary Granholm, how can we take that hope? How can we take that energy? How can we take that, indeed, technical base, which many of we're getting from North America, and get it into your industry so they know it's a great economic choice, but also a very ethical, moral, practical choice to go green? And you, as the industrial might of the world and who we look up to, how can you drive it into North America?
Well, thanks for that. I mean, wish we could clone you and put you all over the world to deliver the message as an industrialist about the importance of this and the opportunity. I often cite the fact that by 2030, this is going to be a $23 trillion global market for the products that will reduce greenhouse gas emissions, all of them. $23 trillion. And when you think about what that means for countries on the ground and the opportunity that means for making money. Somebody's got to be making those, right? This is why the president, I mean, you know, in an era of in the past, free trade, et cetera, we've just allowed manufacturing to go to the lowest cost places, et cetera. This, from both an economic and a political point of view, this, at least President Biden, and I know many of the leaders of the countries who are represented here, see the opportunity to put people to work and to make industry profitable in a global economy. In the U.S., we don't have state-owned enterprises. We don't, we don't direct industry, but we do have partnerships. And that's, I mean, one of the things that that was mentioned. I think you were mentioning, Fatih, that we are asking our Congress to pass are these tax credits, which would be refundable, so you could have upfront tax credits to be able to make the case that you can be profitable by manufacturing in the United States. And we are also buying made in America. So we're trying to devise a strategy for profitability of even manufacturing in the United States. In addition, of course, to the fact that globally, countries around the world are wanting to be able to purchase and source supply chains that are clean as well, and that don't have human rights violations attached with the manufacture of them. So this is why we're here, honestly, is we think that, for example, the supply chain for batteries through critical minerals and the partnership that could happen with Australia for us is a huge economic opportunity for our businesses, but also for us to be able to manufacture and sell across the globe in partnership. So I think the economy, the economics of it speak for themselves. When you see where the puck is headed, as we say in, in hockey, when you skate to where the puck is headed, it's only going to be a profitable venture. And having folks like you echo that, or be in the front and have us echo it, is very, very important.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. We have projects from Texas to California to generate the molecules from the electrons, research centers in Colorado, in Delaware, but we're still fully aware, while you're technical leaders, your manufacturing really needs to kick into gear. And, there's a great manufacturing giant amongst us right here. And I was lucky enough to spend time in Tokyo the day that your Prime Minister declared 48% by 2030. And we had the industrial royalty of your country come and see us in a very smart quarantine hotel. And they were ashen-faced about how this could be done. And we just talked them through. Actually, your coal-fired power stations, we can feed green ammonia into that right now. We can make green irons to replace the really dirty part of making steel. We can send you the green iron. There seemed to be a great deal of hope. But, Asako-san, what we really need to see emerge is that superpower of Japan in manufacturing. I'm pushing my own country as hard as I can to get into battery making. We bought, I think, the best prototype battery maker in the world in Britain, but now we must get into manufacturing. We'll share those with you. Electrolyzers. We have brilliant technologies which is ripping down the cost of electrolyzers, and we're putting in a 2,000 megawatt electrolyzer facility as I speak. It'll be completed in about 9 months. Same with wind, those turbines, and solar. All of these things, Japan could be an absolute manufacturing superpower in, and we need you to come screaming back into your manufacturing leadership, but on green energy, because we know that there's at least 1 million jobs ready to go in Australia, that there's huge regional investment, that the full embrace of renewable energy will be there by Australia, but we've got to be able to get the gear. We're going to do our bit in Australia. How will Japan help drive the manufacturing of the green industry revolution?
Okay, thank you. Simply because I'm not representing Japan here, it's not really easy to answer to your question right now. But there are so many, Japanese industry people in the floor working on hydrogen, working on wind power, working on battery, working on geothermal, and so on. And as you rightly mentioned, Japan has a kind of cutting technology, comparative advantage in cutting technologies compared with the others. And as Dr. Biro says, for example, talking of solar power, so concentration risk is there. China alone produces almost 40% of the most critical part of solar panel. Japan and others, not only Japan but others, should also really endeavor to develop the feasible and realistic elements of renewable energy, not only from business perspective, but also from the national security perspective as well.
Thank you very much. Let's take questions from the audience. I know you're a sophisticated audience, so you'll keep it to a question, and open it up. Sir.
My name is Tatsuya Teruzawa from Japan. I have a question, Dr. Birol. You warn about the risk of investing in fossil fuel. But to play in devil's advocate, there is another argument that to reduce our dependence on Russia, especially for gas, Russia was providing 25% of the global energy export. So if we are to reduce our dependence on Russia, we may have to invest in non-Russian source of gas or LNG. And this argument would argue that we would need to invest more on non-Russian source of LNG or gas. How would you respond to this argument? And if you recognize at least some need to invest in non-Russian source of gas and LNG, how would you align the immediate need to invest in non-Russian LNG and gas with a long-term goal for decarbonization?
Well, it was addressed at you, but I'm a major project developer. It's what I do for lunch. And all I can say is getting green energy in is a fraction of the time of getting a huge oil and gas project in, a fraction of the time, and you can generate a huge amount of energy, and we're just getting started here in Australia. But Fadi, would you like to build on that?
I have to build on that. So, okay, I will build on that. So thank you very much, Andrew, and thank you very much for the question. Now, first of all, there are three fossil fuels which are making the climate change. They are responsible about oil, gas, and coal, coal being the dirtiest, gas being the less dirty one here. We cannot, we cannot on one hand say that we want 2050 net zero, like the IPCC says. At the same time, we cannot say that we want to see the gas to increase. They are not compatible. Unless you use some technologies, as Mrs. Granholm mentioned, in terms of the carbon capture, direct air capture, and others. Now, we have to bring the gas, coal, and oil demand down if we want to reach our climate targets. But if we come to our immediate question of Russian gas, now there are two ways. Number one, we can replace gas with renewables, with nuclear power, with energy efficiency, using energy more efficiently. Second, there are already lots of available gas reservoirs deposit with us. We can increase the production from there. Third, there is huge amount of methane emissions today escaping from many countries around the world, exporting gas from Algeria, from, I don't know, from North America, from Middle East, and so on. If we catch this methane, we can also help to replace Russian gas. But there may be some exceptions. For example, Africa. I want to put Africa here. We have to make sure that we get Africa on board, and today Africa is responsible only 3% of the global carbon dioxide emissions, and if Africa was to develop entire its gas resources, it will be only 3.4%, which is peanuts, which is nothing. So we have to look at the order of magnitude. Final consideration. Today, if you push a button for develop an oil or gas field with the justification of finding a solution to replacing Russian oil and gas, the first molecules will come only in 8 or 9 years of time on average. So you have a time issue, as Andrew has mentioned. It will not provide an immediate answer to the problem we have today. And again, as I try to say, it may well lock in our climate, and it may lock in the business as well. Whether or not the investors will get the return after 10 years of time, there will be increase of oil or coal and so on. This is a big question. I don't say it will not, but I put a big question mark, bold there, that those investments may not be profitable as I try to say, a new global energy economy is emerging around the world. And they will capture, not only because the people are in love with the saving the planet or climate, but it is a very significant business opportunity because the money return will come from those sectors as well.
Yeah, and look, I think that's the point. The reason why I'm not investing in oil, coal or gas is not because I'm an overnight greenie. It is because as a business person, I want to protect my balance sheet. My P&L isn't going to stop and start in 10 or 15 years' time, but it could be smashed if I risk that balance sheet right now on oil, coal and gas. Let's throw it to you, and thank you, panellists. You've done a really fantastic job. We're very grateful to
They
you.
certainly have. Let's give them a round of applause. And Andrew, too, thank you for your commentary, and also to just your last comment brings into sharp focus the very point that these two ideas can coexist. And going forward, this is really what we need to embrace. So super excited at our opening session and to hear more from you later tonight as our guest dinner speaker. The agenda continues. We've got morning tea coming to you at the tables, but of course you can leave if you need to go to the bathrooms. They are outside, but we will be back starting again at 11:10. We'll see you then.
The reality is corporate Australia is walking away from fossil fuel.
What we need for stability of the grid is investment certainty.
Voters want a clear plan to help them transition to a clean energy future.
For the first time, miners have ranked ESG and decarbonisation as the top two risks and opportunities they're facing as they head into 2022.
The challenge that we face globally is to reduce emissions down to zero as quickly as we can.
80% of the emissions causing climate change comes from the energy sector.
And in a way, as a world, we're kind of locked in economically and globally into this kind of a carbon-based economic order that we've created. Extricating ourselves from that is not going to be straightforward.
Our ultimate goal is to develop a clean energy system which is reliable and cheaper than the current energy system.
The transition to a clean energy future is unstoppable. Whether it's capital markets moving, whether it's investors, whether it's consumers, everyone is moving in this direction.
We need to decrease our production carbon footprint.
The new currency will be whether or not your products are carbon efficient.
Most of the carbon footprint coming from the mining or smelting process.
So making our steel, our coal, our exports made in the most carbon efficient way will give us a competitive advantage in things like manufacturing, in traditional industries. And we are the best at mining and agriculture in the world. So I see this huge opportunity for a decarbonised economy to be a frontier economy for Australia.
Never before in human history have we taken a large-scale energy source out of the system.
But the power system would have to stabilize the demand and supply. To deal with the intermittency of renewable energy is certainly a challenge.
We are seeing a major energy security problem. In Europe it is Russian gas, but in the past we have also seen similar energy security problems when it came to oil, as it was concentrated on a very few number of countries.
The fossil fuel is located in the special area and not widely spread in the world. However, the hydrogen can be produced from anything, from water, from fossil fuels, from the coal.
It's better to have a number of different countries being able to produce them and supply them. And as a number of Indo-Pacific countries do have that potential to be able to supply critical minerals, that would contribute to the growth and prosperity in the region and also help the world in realizing the clean energy transition.
the delivery mechanism for decarbonising the energy system is technology. That clean energy transition is essential.
Technologies today which are under development but not yet part of the market. So therefore, governments need to push the button of innovation to make those technologies ready for the markets at least around 2030.
So if we get the technology investment right and we have functioning markets, you will see the oil, coal and gas exit the system.
One way to deal with this is through innovation. And this is one of the technologies that can be helpful. Just imagine these film solar power generation put on the windows, the balls, on bridges where you don't have a flat surface, on top of automobiles or the trains. This technology could substantially increase the power generation through solar power.
Australia has an amazing opportunity in this transition. We have the science and technology talent. We have the raw materials. We just need to harness our innovation ability, and we can turn those two assets into making Australia a global energy superpower.
If we're spending all this money on fossil fuel and we're just smoking it, we're just wasting it, why don't we take that money and put it into capital where we can make our own fuels? Or invest in other companies who can make fuels for us.
And it's going to be really important that we get the innovators to the table, which again means that they need the information, the same information utilities have, the same information that governments have, so that we can make sure that we're able to make the decisions that we need to, but also that they could see what the problems are and we can get these great new technologies into the market.
We're now having huge modern trucks built for us, but without drivetrains. So they're coming to us without engines. We're going to replace those with hydrogen fuel cells and batteries, and then run that fleet with zero pollution. So granular steps, that'll take 200, 250 million litres out of our budget as well.
These supply chains are opaque, and it's difficult to get the information to build the digital twins of the supply chains.
Globally, worldwide, utilities will tell you that the information that they have, even about their own systems, is incomplete, it's inconsistent, and it's inaccurate. And maybe that didn't matter as much when we were using large generation, but when we start moving to a decarbonized grid, having accurate information all the time is going to be critical.
There are two main roles that digital technology plays in clean energy supply chains. The first one is transparency and making visible the opportunities and the risks associated with these supply chains. The second one is efficiency, and this allows us to find opportunities to improve the productivity of these supply chains.
And the other piece is the whole idea that we can now start learning from each other and using artificial intelligence, cloud computing, so that we can much more quickly make decisions. It's too slow for us to do it individually, and we need to get to scale. And by digitalizing the grid, getting the information available, having that single source of truth, and people can understand where to put the resources in the most effective way, in the most cost-efficient way, so that we can decarbonize more quickly.
Yes, welcome back everyone. Please find your seats once again. We need to get moving. For our second plenary session. And we're welcoming, yes, Alan, sit there. We're welcoming up onto stage now Claudia Fakin from Hitachi Energy, Suman Sinha from Renew Power, Audrey Zibelman, Google's Moonshot Factory X, and Larry Marshall from the CSIRO. Our next panel is going to consider the role of clean energy technologies. And this is going to be so critical in unlocking access, reliability, security, and affordability of energy. Now, with our speakers here today, their perspectives are going to be really about where we find ourselves right now in this moment in time that Fatih spoke so urgently of, and how to accelerate those technologies and developments. Our wonderful chair is going to be Dr. Alan Finkel, AC. Many of you know him, you know his passion. He's been the chair of the Forum Steering Committee. And he's special advisor to the Australian Government on low emissions technology. He was Australia's chief scientist for 5 years, one of the media's favourite in his term in the position because of his passion and his advocacy as he does in his work as an entrepreneur, engineer, neuroscientist and educator. Welcome our panel and chair, Dr. Alan Finkel.
Beverly, thank you so much for that quick introduction. So the topic for this session is the transformative role of clean energy technologies. The what and the why, I think we all know it, but let me state it. If you think about the global emissions, fully 75%, or let me say nearly 75% of all greenhouse gas emissions comes from the use of coal, oil and gas, the fossil fuels in energy and energy-related sectors. So if we're going to decarbonise, we have to tackle it. It's the low-hanging fruit in a sense. Difficult as it is the low-hanging fruit. We know what to do. We need to electrify everything. We need to use electricity to provide the energy, and where electrons aren't convenient, we need to use those electrons to make hydrogen or ammonia or other higher order fuels for air transport or whatever it is. So we know what to do, but the question is how to do it efficiently. And that actually is not easy. And that's what we're going to look at during this session. So I'm going to start with you, Claudio. Claudio, wave so they know which person I'm speaking to. Welcome to the Sydney Energy Forum, Claudio. And I really have been looking forward to your participation on this panel. I know you're going to build on your industrial engineering training. You've had senior roles in some of the world's great power engineering companies. Currently, in addition to being at Hitachi Energy for nearly 10 years, you're the CEO of Hitachi Energy, and you were also the head of ABB China for many years, I think nearly 15 years, and that was an extraordinary career. So Claudio, my question to you revolves around Hitachi Energy's role as a world energy leader, providing enabling technologies such as the digital control systems and the storage that ensure that solar and wind electricity can be deployed at 100% capacity while still preserving the reliability of the electricity system. It's not easy. You also provide at Hitachi Energy the high voltage transmission technologies to bring renewable electricity from where it is generated to where it is needed. So specifically, my question is, where must we focus in order for clean electricity to increase from perhaps 20% of today's electricity system to providing most of tomorrow's energy system?
Thank you, Alan. Thank you for the introduction. It's a pleasure to be here and share some of the thoughts that we've been looking at as a technology provider for the last, I'd say probably decade, shifting a lot into thinking about what the entire energy system need to look like, moving from, as you were mentioning, 20% electricity to 50, 60, 70% electricity. And there is no doubt that that entire energy system will look different. Now, something that we've been also working on and giving all the stakeholders the comfort that a lot of the technology that is needed to make that shift is available today. If you look at from an electricity system standpoint, whether it's on the generating side, and of course we're looking at clean technologies, right? Clean energy technologies. On the generating side, we heard a lot also in the previous panel. There is a lot already available and a lot already on the pipeline that should come up at scale by 2030, 2035. Then on the demand side, there is also a lot happening in terms of electrification across sectors, whether it's transport, industry, and of course, building, residential. What we need to do more work on is to make everyone understand that the entire electricity system will need a lot of focus also going forward on transmitting and distributing and managing all the grid parts that are needed in order to optimize the integration from generation and then the utilization of that electricity. Technology is there, but and we talked about this also earlier, the scale that is needed and the pace at which we need to deliver that technology between now, 2030, 2040, 2050, it requires a lot of innovation, not only from a technology standpoint, but how we partner, how we look at business models, how we innovate across the entire supply chain. We heard a lot about how do we diversify the supply chain. We also need to think about how do we create scale in terms of policies, in terms of regulatory environment that will allow this technology to be deployed not only country by country, but also regionally. And we heard about some of those examples today. And for that, of course, when you look at the edge of the grid, there is a lot of innovation happening there in terms of also business models. Also, the cycles are much faster. But when we think about connecting large-scale wind farms, solar, in the future, electrons to electrolyzers, all of that requires extensive planning. And what we need to take as a next step is, instead of planning project by project, is that we work on a holistic view of what that energy system needs to look like, country by country, region by region, and then align on what needs to be done, agree on the committed plan, not in the next 2 to 3 years, but the next 10 to 15, 20 years.
Claudio, there was an important point you made about it being easier to put on the rooftop solars, and one of the strengths in Australia, where we are now the world's leader in terms of installed solar capacity and annual solar generation, one of the strengths is that it's so much quicker to put in rooftop solar, and the regulators have worked it out, and it's just efficient and cost effective. But through Hitachi Energy or otherwise, do we have the ability to have visibility on these millions and millions of rooftop panels, distributed energy resources? Do we have the visibility? Can we control them? Can we manage them and make them cooperative in the grid?
That's a very important point, and it's all about then digitalization. The technology that is that has the fastest advance in all this is, of course, digital technology, and I assume we will hear more about that as well. Instead of monitoring thousands or tens of thousands of assets, we need to monitor millions of assets out there. But that's also an opportunity, and if you look at where digital technology was 10, 15 years ago and where it is now, you can put a much higher level of computing power at the edge. It's essential for us to be able to manage all that complexity. It is something that we're also probably will discuss later on. The entire electrical system, it's highly complex, and therefore, once again, digital technology is there to help. But we need to look at this horizontally. We need to look at across the entire value chain of that energy system to make it optimal, to make it secure, to make it resilient and reliable.
Thanks, Claudio. So turning to Audrey and following on from that to some extent, but first let me say, Audrey, lovely to have you here at the forum. When you took over the role as the CEO of the Australian Energy Market Operator, AEMO, I was at the time doing a review of the national electricity system, so it was just fabulous for me at the time to be able to draw on your expertise. You came to that role off the back of being what was called the chair of the New York Public Service Commission, which literally was responsible for the efficient operation of the whole of New York State's electric, gas, steam, telecommunications, and water utilities. I'm surprised you're still standing. What a burden, what a weight of responsibility you had there. And it was because you did it so well that you were attracted, that they reached out for you to come into AEMO. You brought that experience, you brought to that role your experience at PJM, the huge network in America and the eastern seaboard of America that has 65 million customers for its electricity system. So, Audrey, my question, basically drawing on your immense experience in those roles, and currently the Tapestry moonshot, which is coming out of the Google X moonshot factory. You'll be keenly aware, as we were just talking about, the fact that the future electricity system will be supplied by variable sources, wind farms, solar farms, and millions of solar rooftops, and often behind-the-meter batteries. Indeed, for solar and wind electricity in California and Australia, that future is now. To preserve the reliability and security of the grid, the operator will need visibility on all of it. So what is the Alphabet X Tapestry project that you're leading? What is it doing? And how will it help to make the future grid manageable?
Thanks, Alan. And it's wonderful to be back in Australia. So look, a few things I think are really important for us to realize with the transition is that the outcome is essential. I mean, what we need to be recognizing is that through this transformation of the power system, we need to make sure at the end that electricity continues to be affordable, it is reliable, and even more so as we were talking about climate conditions today, here in the US, around the world, it's resilient, meaning that it's going to be able to accommodate not just today's climate, but tomorrow's climate and the climate in the next 10 and 15 years. And it's also fair. I mean, one of the things that I was really glad to hear about today is that, we need to make sure that clean energy is accessible to everyone, and it's not just a portion of the economy or the portion of our population that gets there. The good news is, and I think everyone on this panel is going to agree, it's not going to be a technology issue. The technology is there and it's going to continue to be developed. It is, however, a speed and scale issue. And that's where, my focus in terms of why I left AEMO to join X and lead this moonshot. And it is a moonshot, meaning it's always big tech and it's under development, but we want to make it happen, is about this, is that, it is, in order to get speed and scale, the thing that's really lacking in this industry, and we saw it at AEMO, and I see it to system operators around the world, is information. And it's their ability not only to have visibility around the data, but also being able to simulate what can happen to the system. Because remember, we have 100+ years of running power systems with Central Station Power Plant. We have virtually 0 years of running power systems based on electronics. And so what we need to do is use the world of digitalization where we can actually create not just how the system works today, but how it will have to work in the future when we retire those fossil plants and we start thinking about things like Australia's already thought about, like inertia, system strength, what happens in the millisecond when you have multiple renewables on the grid. And so you have to have that visibility, that ability to model it, but also recognize that you now have an opportunity to look at things at both ends of the system, so it becomes a massive issue of optimization, which also requires a certain amount of digitalization to make it occur. So, one of the things what we're thinking about with Tapestry is how do you apply computer vision so you can actually make the grid visible? Think about it as street maps. You can actually see it in 3 dimensions and actually understand what's going on. How do you apply artificial intelligence and machine learning to think about how you can look at all of the events that the human mind actually can't think about and solve them, so that when system operators are beginning to see these challenges, it's not just that they see the challenge, but they see the solution. And so we make it easier for people to operate in this world by using digitalization and simulation, and we can test the grids, because one of the things we know about power systems, it is like flying the airplane that never lands. We're changing the engine. We can't stop the system, but we need to make sure it works. And so by using the art of digitalization, we can get there. The other piece, and I think this is really important, is around standardization. You know, when I think about it, you know, when we think about digitalization and street maps, as a result of Street View, we have things like Uber, DoorDash, which means any one of us, anywhere in the world, have an app on our phones, and we can call up a car and we know it works the same way. That's how we get to scale, is through standardization. How do we think about markets changing so that wherever we're putting the new hydrogen plants, the new solar rooftops, the new batteries, the markets are the same and it's easier, and we take that cost out of the system. So again, through better information, better sharing, recognizing, frankly, the power system works the same way across the world, and getting to that standardization, but also the information so we have the confidence, not just from the utilities, but from governments, from investors. So we have the data and we can make it available, and we can make decisions that much faster, but with the confidence that we know it'll work. So that's our moonshot.
It's a fantastic moonshot. You know, 2 years ago, I would have never thought of Google being involved in the electricity system. So you're pioneering something extraordinary and bringing truly an amazing capability to the system. So congratulations on that. Suman, so great to have you here today. And I'm looking forward to you sharing your experiences as an investor and innovator in renewable electricity generation, as well as the chairman and being the chairman and CEO of Renew Power, which, for those who don't know, is a company that does solar and wind generation in India, and I think you've got about 13 gigawatts installed, so a very, very large company. You clearly understand the importance of international collaboration in helping us to achieve the clean energy transition, and that's clear to me because of your leadership role at the World Economic Forum in this area and the US-India Strategic Partnership Forum. But I'd like to focus for a moment on India, a giant amongst the countries of the Indo-Pacific. In a country as large as India, with its vast land area, and I thought 1.4 billion people, but this morning I think I heard 1.3 billion people, but it's a lot of people. What are the particular government, industry, financing and technical, so I'm not asking just about technical, what are the government, industry, financing and technical challenges that you face in order to deploy a nearly 100% renewable electricity system, and how is Renew Power addressing those?
Yeah, thank you so much, Alan, and thank you to the organizers of the Sydney Energy Forum for inviting us all into this gathering. You know, India is a very large market, as you rightly said, 1.3 billion people. We currently account for about 7% of the world's total carbon emissions, which is almost equal to the size of the entire European Union. And while there's, of course, a lot of effort going on in bringing the European Union down, if India continues its growth as it is right now, then essentially we'll double the total carbon emissions up to 15% and 20% over the next several years. And the reason is very simple. In India's per capita consumption of electricity is 1/3 that of the global average. And the global average itself gets pulled down because India, representing 1/6 of humanity, is 1/3 of the total average. And so as India grows, inevitably energy consumption will increase, and therefore this problem of carbon emissions, if we continue in the same way, will continue to become a bigger and bigger problem. So recognizing that, and recognizing also now that renewables have become so much cheaper, the Indian government has set some very ambitious targets for renewables. Fundamentally today, for those of you who don't know, 70% of India's total power generation happens from the coal sector. And the balance, there's about 10-12% from renewables, and about the balance comes from hydro and nuclear and some other sources like biomass and small hydro and so on. Now, the government's target is to, by 2030, to get renewables increased from the current installed capacity of about 120 gigawatts of wind and solar up to about 450 gigawatts, which is a pretty tall ask to get it up almost 4 times in the next 8 years. Now, the remarkable thing is that just given the growth of the market in India, even this 4x growth in renewables will only take India from 10% of renewables to about 30% of renewables. The bulk of the energy system or the power system will still comprise of coal-based power, which is at that time still going to be about 50% of the total power generation. And so really you have to look out beyond that. You have to look into 2040 and 2050 to get a sense of when eventually India might decarbonize the power sector. And in fact, India set a target of 2070 to get to net zero. So it's still some way off. Now, as we look to try to traverse this time between now and 2030 and increase the total installed capacity of renewables by 4x, even that is a pretty humongous challenge. And it's made fairly difficult because, as you said, there are policy issues, technology issues, and financial issues. The technology issue really is the one that has already been talked about, which is how do you connect such a large percentage of renewables into the grid, and how do you manage the grid, especially in a situation where a lot of the power sector still sits in the hands of government-controlled entities, which ultimately operate more as government departments and not really as fully modern power systems. So I think that's really one of the big limiting factors in India. The second thing, of course, is that we'll need almost $500 billion worth of investments, just in the generation, the transmission, as well as the distribution. That's a pretty tall ask, about $40 to $50 billion every year. So we really need a lot of capital to be coming into the country, both on the debt side and the equity side. On the debt side, we have a lot of capital, but essentially we need more. We need, the fluctuations in the capital markets that you see happening now is really not very conducive to raising on a sustained basis this amount of capital. And the second thing is, frankly, I feel multilateral institutions are just not doing enough. I think we need to leverage their capability a lot more. And so we need, therefore, to catalyze more debt investments into the country. And for equity, we need, obviously, more players to come in. And the whole returns standpoint has to be fairly attractive. Otherwise, this capital simply will not be there. From a policy standpoint, as I said, we have to reform the power sector to a reasonable extent, which is a fairly intractable issue. It's going to take time to get that done. And as we go forward, a lot of technology choices will have to be made as new technologies come in. For example, green hydrogen right now, and how policy making evolves in a sector that is moving very rapidly is itself going to be a challenge, not just for India, but I think for a lot of countries globally as well. And so therefore, there will be, I think, multiple, forward and backward steps happening on that front. But one of the big issues also that we're facing is that as the market is so large, we have to, and the theme of the conference also is to secure the supply chains. India also has to look at securing the supply chain within India. We cannot keep importing solar panels from outside of India because that just creates a dependence on another part of the world. And so that's not very healthy in the long run. So India has to create a manufacturing industry domestically, which is what the government is trying to do right now. And that's why it's incumbent upon players like us to actually backward integrate, which is not the norm actually for developers. But I think in the Indian context, it's a little bit different. And so we'll have to backward integrate. And so really create in some senses our own business models in the Indian context, which are perhaps different from what is happening in the rest of the world. And that is something, again, that capital providers have to be aware of. If you're just looking for a cookie-cutter model from the Western world into India, that's not going to happen. You need very different kinds of models to be emerging in terms of the full value chain play in India. The last thing I would say, Alan, is that green hydrogen now is becoming a very big opportunity, as we all know. We've all talked about it multiple times. But for India, it's a very unique opportunity, particularly because it allows India to get away from its dependence on fossil fuel imports. Over a period of time, it won't happen immediately, of course. India currently imports about $150 billion worth of fossil fuels every year. And this is really one of the big Achilles heels of the Indian economy. Green hydrogen offers us the opportunity of actually, to some extent and over a period of time, essentially creating energy independence. And the Prime Minister set a target that by 2047, India should become energy independent. And so that's really a goal that we can all work towards. And that's why setting up large amounts of green hydrogen capacity for within India, and India consumes about 6-7% of the world's entire hydrogen right now, But essentially, we need to expand that whole industry by 2030 and by 2050. And all of that will lead to additional amounts of renewable energy capacity, another 125 gigawatts by 2030. And God only knows how many more megawatts by 2050. Now, my concern is we're struggling to get to 450 gigawatts. If you add another 125 on top of that, then how are you going to actually get it done? So I think the issue is eventually going to be that the solutions are there, the technology is there, but as you said, how do you actually implement all of this on the ground? Because you have to buy the land, you have to get the supply chains, you have to get the permits, you have to build the transmission infrastructure. All of that is a humongous task. And it's something that we all tend to gloss over very often in talking about the big numbers. But ultimately, there's a sheer physicality of the work that has to be done on the ground. And that's what companies like ours are really focused on. And, also it's, of course, a massive, therefore, opportunity for us as well. So thank you.
Sumant, thank you for that very comprehensive answer. And there are many things that I could follow up on, but I particularly wanted to follow up on your comment about building your domestic solar panel manufacturing capability. And I'd like you to speculate into the future. Let's assume that India builds that capability to cover the massive needs that India has. Will it build also to start to rectify some of the lack of diversity that Fatih Birol was speaking about this morning? Do you think that India can become can capture a large percentage share of the international solar panel market going forward?
I think there is no choice. I think for the world as a whole, we have to do that. Now, India has the unique advantage that we have a big domestic market, and we have a government that is supportive of setting up that manufacturing capacity in India, which is why we have barriers and we have some manufacturing incentives to set up capacities. There are a couple of limiting factors, though. Number one is access to technology. Polysilicon is not an easy thing to make. And right now in the world, there are really only 2 or 3 companies outside of China that do make polysilicon, and that too in small and declining quantities. And so that's really one big issue that we have to face. The second thing is that the rest of the world has to ask itself the question, if you can get the cheapest modules from China, for example, are you willing to pay a little bit more to get it from some other country for the sake of diversification or not? And so therefore, the whole issue is, when rubber meets the road, are people willing to pay that extra cost? Because clearly we can't compete with China in terms of cost. They have scale, they have subsidies, they have a huge background now in manufacturing, which is hard to compete with. So eventually I think the real choice for all countries and companies of the world is really going to be, for that diversification, are we willing to pay a little bit extra to get that safety and that security? And to do it preemptively, rather than when there is a problem of the type that we have in Europe right now. So I think that's really the question that we have to address.
Yes, no, very logical. Thanks, Sumant. Larry, you're lucky last. Glad to have you here. Larry is CEO of Australia's National Science Agency, the CSIRO. You were probably about the first science leader that I met when I started as Australia's chief scientist quite a few years ago. In your own career, you were a very successful academic researcher, technology innovator, and entrepreneur in laser physics. Particularly tough, high intellectual area. And I know from working with you that you bring those perspectives across being an entrepreneur and a researcher and a physicist to your role at the CSIRO. The CSIRO itself has many fields in which it undertakes research and innovation, including electricity system simulation and modelling, cost estimation in the electricity system, and the full gamut of hydrogen technologies. So, Larry, as Prime Minister Albanese said in his remarks, he quoted the IEA, who said that we have on hand 50% of the technology we need to deliver a zero-emissions electricity system, which ipso facto means that 50% we don't have, and it needs to either be invented or developed. As I said, you lead Australia's National Science Agency, and you have a mandate to perform research that will enable stronger industrial capability. So what can the CSIRO and its partners and other national science agencies around the Indo-Pacific do to help achieve a zero-emissions energy supply by 2050 or earlier? And what barriers do you see to success?
Yeah, thanks, Alan. You're quite right. As the Prime Minister said, Australia has the raw commodities, but they're commodities. We don't add a lot of value to them, we just ship them. We have the climate, we have an amazing research sector, and we have the right skilled workers to become a global contributor to the clean energy revolution. Our biggest problem is our innovation dilemma. If we can solve that, because we don't back our own innovations, generally they have to go overseas to be supported, and we can't make this massive transition bigger than anything any of us have ever lived through if we don't change that. But I believe we can do that, and therefore we can invent many of those missing technologies, those capabilities here in Australia. In 2019, CSIRO published one of the first plans on how to get to net zero for Australia before 2050, and at the same time deliver a 36% increase in GDP. Before that, I think largely this shift was seen as a tax on the economy rather than a way to grow the economy. For us, it was really important to find out a way to solve net zero and grow the economy, grow jobs at the same time. But the key is innovation. In order to tackle some of those really big challenges, we launched a series of national missions. One of them was around hydrogen. And Sumit, I had a gift for you here. If you could hang on to that for a sec. So this is one of the first things we created to solve one of the wicked challenges. It seamlessly converts gaseous hydrogen into liquid renewable fuel so that you can fuel a vehicle or anything really without having to break the paradigm of liquid fuels versus gaseous fuel. It's called the hydrogen cracker. And significantly, you don't have to hold it all the time, Sumit, I'll put it over here. Significantly, unlike many of the other innovations in Australia, it got backed by Australian industry, and Andrew Forrest will be speaking tonight, who's here in the audience, who was one of the first people to significantly back this Australian innovation. We did a series of other innovations. For example, how do you tackle emissions in agriculture? 15% of our emissions. How do you tackle that seemingly impossible problem? You invent Future Feed, a simple feed additive which virtually eliminates emissions from the cattle industry and more broadly in livestock. I have some other Australian innovations in my bag that maybe I can pull out later, but the key here is to not be afraid to back ourselves, to contribute the technologies that the world needs to navigate this extraordinary transition. We have to bring society along with us, and CSIRO does a lot of work on social license of energy, in traditional energy and in renewable energy. But I think the really big opportunity for this conference is the ability to take those national missions and make them global missions, to collaborate with our partners in India, in Singapore, throughout ASEAN and in the United States. We're already partnering with India in 4 of those missions: the hydrogen mission, the Towards Net Zero mission, the critical minerals mission, to try and navigate climate change. But we need to do that more broadly across our entire region so that we can lift all boats with the tide of technology that will enable us to navigate this extraordinary opportunity.
Thank you, Larry. I'm going to go to the audience, but before I do, I want to give the panel members a question and give you time to think about it, because I'm going to come back at the very end and just ask you for a snappy answer. But basically, as you know, most predictions of technological progress have gotten their predictions terribly, terribly wrong. Typically, they've underestimated the price reductions or the scale up on progress. It's very hard to see. So, and I'm not even talking about century scale predictions. I'm just talking about over a 10-year period, people get it completely wrong. Take the price of solar and wind electricity. If you just went back to 2010, no one was predicting how much it would have come down in the 10 to 12 years that we're talking about. So I'm going to come back to you and ask you the question, to make a prediction about something significant in the clean energy space 10 years out, okay? And then, once you give us the answer, we're going to put those answers into a time capsule. And in the year 2032, you are going to be held accountable. Yeah, we could put it, that looks like a time capsule, doesn't it? In the year 2032, you'll get an email from me to at least let you know. Okay, so think about that. So audience, questions from the audience. We've got roaming microphones. Barbara down here in the front.
Thank you, Alan. I have a question for the panel. We talk a lot, you've been sharing with us these technologies. Later, we'll be focusing on people. I'm curious to hear from you, what are the skills you're looking for right now? Maybe just a quick rundown, the entire panel.
Sure, anybody?
I might just jump
Larry.
in. CSIRO is leading a national push around artificial intelligence. We have a national AI network that we're building. We think, as Audrey said, the ability to sort of do the equivalent of Dolby noise reduction in the grid. CSIRO has the best climate models in the Southern Hemisphere, so we can couple those with the best AI models. We can anticipate the fluctuations in renewables and shift power around in the same way that you do Dolby NR to keep the grid stable. Despite those fluctuations, we think that can get us there quicker and also avoid the need for quite so much storage as we would otherwise need. And I loved your speech this morning, by the way.
Mm. Anyone else?
Type of people? Computer scientists, AI. I think, I mean, as we see the future of energy, at least certainly coming out of Alphabet, the ability to get more and more people into understanding how we use artificial intelligence, computer science, into solving some of the world's biggest problems will remain a continuous need.
I would add to that we need that pretty much everywhere, starting from developing countries, Africa. Fatih Birol mentioned the impact of that. We need digital, we need electricians, we need technical expertise that can not only draw behind the board, but also go on site and implement all this deployment of technology.
Can I'm going to add. I think we need to re-emphasize that. I was thinking about this, was talking to someone here yesterday. The next 10 years, we're going to have a huge amount of infrastructure built around the world. Next 20 years, I don't think we've estimated how many people we're going to need in the trades and how we're going to get them there. I think we need that as a global problem that I think is going to come upon us quickly.
No, in fact, if I can just add to that, as I said earlier, this is a hardcore infrastructure business, in addition to, of course, being a digital business as well. Everything is digital these days, but this is also a hard infrastructure business. You need to build roads in rural areas. You need to get people out there. You need EPC construction people. You need procurement people. You need manufacturing guys for all of these, manufacturing plants that we need to build. And none of those people really exist right now. They all have to be hired and trained and put to work and so on. So it's going to require a fairly significant pulling into our industry, a lot of people from other areas, train people from the ground up. So that's going to also be quite interesting, actually.
So, Audrey, you mentioned that perhaps it hasn't been estimated. I have seen estimates between 7 and 14 million as the number of people we're going to need to introduce into the clean energy transition. And it's a lot of people. And I don't know how we're going to deal with it in Australia, our fraction of that, and across the Indo-Pacific. There will be a session that Barbara, you'll be involved in later on. But it's clearly one of our key challenges. And AI will help in operations, but not in that build-out. It'll be difficult. Other questions? Andrew? And anybody who has a question, you put your hand up high so I can see you. But Andrew's already got his hand up.
Thank you, Alan. Sumant, just heard your point about subsidies in China and solar panels, and that's one of the things you are facing to compete with, and we'll all face that. Subsidies to get over the first mover disadvantage is really normal. Germany did fantastically in wind and then continued with solar, etc. We're easily going to need to get over the first mover disadvantage with green hydrogen. But once it's settled down, subsidies which are going into mature industries are purely there to create global monopolies. Are there really subsidies in the solar sector from the government of China now in manufacturing solar panels in China?
Look, that's a great question, and I think that companies in China continue to get ongoing support in the form of maybe cheap land, interest costs on capital being a little bit lower. So I think those benefits are certainly there. But I think, look at it this way. In the beginning, if you get those subsidies, and that allows you to scale up, at some point, the economies of scale kick in as well. And the whole ecosystem that you create in terms of component suppliers, their scale as well, the kind of entities you set up around yourself, all of that being, bringing down your logistics costs and so on as well. So I think all of that really at some point ends up giving you a significant competitive advantage as you scale up. And I think China has really crossed that hump quite some time ago. And if you look at it, any country that wants to start now has to start pretty much from zero. No glass manufacturing entities, no back sheets, no aluminum panels, no glue manufacturing even. I mean, simple things like that. All of that needs to get to scale before you can actually have a competitive end product. And so my sense is that any country that now looks at doing this will in the beginning have at least a 25 to 30% cost disadvantage, at the very least, if not more. And so the question really that people have to ask is, are you willing to pay that extra cost to support an industry, a new industry, in a new country, over and beyond China or not? And that's a tough one because obviously everybody wants, especially in today's day and age, access to the cheapest power. And if you can get solar in the Indian context, let's say at 3 cents, then you really want to pay 3.5 cents. And I'm sure the same applies in every other country in the world. And so I think that's really the key question.
But Andrew, there's also a unique opportunity to leapfrog.
Microphone?
There's also a unique opportunity to leapfrog. We don't have to make the solar panels the way that China does. We could do it a whole different way. We could possibly print our solar panels. And Sumant, I've got something else here for you, maybe. We could probably print them. It'd be wonderful. We could do it differently and solve the cost problem that way. That's what we need to do. And Andrew, I'll be coming to see you with this as well.
Sumant, you were talking about the cost disadvantages because the other inputs to the solar panels just don't exist. In a different sector, in batteries, we're seeing across Europe and across America a really government-led determination to have local capacity to build batteries. Batteries that will go into the cars that they're building, batteries that will support their electrical grids. Why do you think that they're focusing and doing that potentially quite effectively in batteries, but not on solar panels?
Well, first of all, Aaron, I'd like to see what else there is in this little bag of tricks here.
The drugs will come next.
No, I think that look, there are a couple of reasons. I think, first of all, solar actually grew before anybody really realized. And it sort of grew in a fairly unplanned way. So Germany gave those subsidies in the beginning, and then suddenly China got into the picture. Nobody really was focused on that whole industry. And it actually emerged, I think, before people had even started really waking up to the fact that here is a giant new industry that is out there, and one country has cornered the lion's share of manufacturing capacity. I think in the case of battery, that solar example was there in front of people. And so therefore, I think at some level, countries didn't want to let go of that advantage as easily as they'd let go of the solar manufacturing advantage. So that is one. The second thing is that the user industries were a lot of German auto companies or European auto companies, and they did not, again, want to cede that dependence into China. So I think for those reasons, the whole battery evolution is happening a little bit differently. But even there, if you look at the market shares of China, it's actually much higher than 40, 50% even, right? So while the European companies are now trying to catch up, eventually, if you ask me, just the way things are going, eventually that industry is also going to end up finally gravitating more towards China. So I think that's my view.
Audrey?
I also think it's the difference in the technology. I mean, I think with solar, outside of China, we were able to do feed-in tariffs and portfolio standards that were a form of an indirect subsidy. With batteries, it really becomes a systems issue. And to get the cost down, to create the volume and scale, I think direct subsidies make more sense.
Good. Thank you. Any other question? A question over there?
Tom House from the IEA. The question is to all of you, in a sense. You've talked of the different challenges, the investment that is needed, and around the room today, you've got a lot of financiers, investors, and CEOs. Has attracting investment become easier for you in the last couple of years? Or if not, what would you like to see? What one thing would you choose that would help you attract investment into your projects?
Mm-hmm. When we first went out with the hydrogen story, which was back in 2016, there was almost no appetite for investing in something unproven in hydrogen. It was seen as been around for 30 years, what's going to be new there? But by 2019, the world had kind of exploded with hydrogen investment. So I think the trick is actually, what are investors not thinking of at the moment that we should be investing in? Because by the time it gets to that point where the world wakes up, you've missed the boat. So there are a number of technologies, a number of roadblocks we're looking at to conquer, that when we come to you to pitch them, it will be hard for you to believe that A, they can be solved because they're seemingly impossible, and B, why are they such a problem? And Audrey and I are working on something very much like that around the control of the grid using digital, for example. But it's finding a way to bridge that gap between the seemingly impossible science and technology breakthroughs that we need and the reality of funding them and making them real.
It's an important question. I think we'll get a few answers. Claudio?
Yeah, just, IEA, you've done quite some work on analyzing all that, and at least as we see it as a technology provider, investments and the focus is not the issue now. But once again, the predictability, the forecastability, the planning of those investments starts to become part of the challenge. How do we make sure that all those investments that are available today find their way in a planned and programmable way? That's probably the biggest challenge, particularly for those large, complex CapEx type of investments in infrastructure.
Okay, so Malcolm Turnbull, former Prime Minister of Australia and a bit of an energy guru, I must say.
I hesitate to say anything because the flatterer is seldom interrupted. Thank you. This is a question about long-duration storage. We all know that we're going to need a lot more of it, whether it's in the form of hydrogen or batteries or, in particular, pumped storage. Typically, we've had energy-only markets, and I was really interested to hear what Audrey, as a former market operator, and Sumit from India, and Alan from Australia, and our whole panel, what do you feel? How do you feel markets globally are adapting to the need to ensure that we need more long-duration storage built? Because there does, given that it's pumped hydro in particular stores 95% of all the stored electricity in the world today, apart from China, and some in Australia, of course, but China overwhelmingly, there isn't really enough of it being built. Do you think markets are adapting to provide those incentives? And if they're not, what they should be doing?
Just before you answer, can I elaborate that long-duration storage is currently considered to be 10 to 12 hours or more, up to days and weeks?
I'll take that. So first, my favorite topic. You know, I think the Secretary talked about the fact that we need an orderly transition, and I think it's really important. We're seeing this probably in Australia as well, that we need to think about the fact that we're going from one form of technology to another, and the market designs, which were around energy and energy scarcity, that made sense, probably won't make us through the transition. So developing markets around firming and the resources that we're going to be needing for complementing renewables will be really critical. And that could be markets particularly designed around both short duration storage that we're going to need to get over the peaks, as well as long duration capabilities, and but also to provide those other essential services. So I think the way we need to do this, and even to the last question, we need to build the confidence back in the market is about having a durable price signal, which is really hard to do in an energy-only market, particularly when your energy is made up largely now by free electrons. And so creating markets that provide firming and other support services for the grid, I think, will be really critical.
If I can go beyond the grid, though, because the grid is only a third of our net zero challenge. The other 2/3 are heavy industries and fuels, and we need fuel in some form to transfer large, massive amounts of energy quickly and safely, which we can't easily do with batteries or electrons. But that's why hydrogen is such a critical element of the future. And whilst for a while, maybe to 2040, we'll rely on gas-fired spinning baseload, we have great optimism that hydrogen will be able to step in and fill that gap and give us an ability to, again, reduce the amount of storage that we need by a really clean capacity to give you spinning baseload, kind of the equivalent of what Europe has in hydrogen, in hydroelectric, or Europe has hydro and nuclear. We think we can do both actually equivalently with hydrogen here, which I think is a great way to go.
If I may just, it's not a market design topic, but the if you look at it from a system standpoint, and we're right here in Australia, we have 4 time zones. So follow the sun. That would give you a lot of embedded storage in the entire system.
I think the other way to think about it is you also need a single grid across the country. For example, I don't know if Australia has a single grid or not, but you'll certainly need to have that if you want to follow the sun. But I think the answer also lies in what Larry said, which is you need to have hydrogen emerging eventually as a solution as well. And then, look, I think all technology solutions will have to be sort of playing into this whole thing. Eventually, batteries are going to become cheaper as well, and you will be able to use batteries. At some point, digital solutions around being able to use car batteries, all of that will come into the mix as well. So the grid of the future is going to be so much more complicated and interconnected than we can anticipate right now. And I think the kinds of solutions based on also on market interventions, policy design, all of that will provide solutioning to this issue. So I think it's going to be quite an interesting way to see how the whole situation evolves, actually.
And if I can just go to your comment, though, Malcolm, about the energy-only market and its inability to draw it in, I deeply agree with you. And to get these long-duration storages that might only really deliver once a year or once every 2 years, it's hard to see how it can happen without either a complete market redesign, and we're discussing in Australia now the idea of a capacity market that effectively pays that long duration storage to be there, or some kind of government largesse and intervention through reverse auctions or other mechanisms. It's really one of the biggest challenges, as is building transmission lines. So, Claudio, it would be great to connect Western Australia to Eastern Australia, but then we've got to get the rights of way and all the other challenges. So it is a complex system. We're going to run out of time in the next few minutes. If there's not another question, I'll ask one from the panel about recycling. A lot of people speak to me about, oh gosh, if there's not enough critical minerals to feed the supply chain for batteries and motors and everything else we need, why don't we double down on recycling? My question to you is that even a practical thing to consider during a growth phase? So what's in my mind is, if you look at the battery volume being manufactured today and the battery volume that was manufactured 10 years ago, was probably only about 1% of the batteries that we're manufacturing today that was manufactured 10 years ago, and those are the batteries that are becoming available for recycling. So is recycling something that will be relevant today, 5 years from now, 15 years from now, never? What are your thoughts on recycling?
So there's a company in the United States called East Penn, and they're the world's biggest manufacturer of stationary batteries. And in 1945, they decided recycling was really important. And by 1950, every single battery they made was recycled within 24 hours of being shipped back to the factory. They're also the distributor of Soros Ultra battery, which stabilises part of the Pennsylvania East Coast US power grid using that battery technology. So I think recycling's essential. I totally get your argument about we're in a growth phase, but East Penn did the recycling because A, it was environmentally better, and it's even more true with lithium batteries, and B, they believed that if they did it early and took the hit, they'd ultimately be far more profitable. And that is the reason, by the way, they are the world's biggest manufacturer of stationary batteries, mobile batteries for cars. I think that there's a lesson in that for all of us about recycling and designing it in from the beginning rather than trying to retrofit it years from now.
Thanks, Larry. Any other comments?
Reuse. If you think about batteries, it's a technology that you can reuse across the value chain. You can use it for transportation, you can use it for generation, you can use it for temporary storage on transmission and distribution. So it's definitely, it needs to be part of the whole equation, but as I see it, at least, that's another opportunity of this clean energy transition, that a lot of the technology underlying, it's actually really cuts across the entire value chain. And there is a lot of opportunities to reuse the same technology throughout the life cycle.
Okay. All right, well then I'm going to wrap up We've got 1.5 minutes to go, so you've had some time to think about the question. So in the clean energy technology space, what would you like to predict about one of those or two of those technologies 10 years from now that will go into the time capsule? We'll just go clockwise from you, Claudio, left to right across the stage.
Well, two things. One, of course, as that's our core competence, I would definitely see beginning of the 30s overlaying grid system that combines the conventional AC technology on high voltage with the DC technology, and of course all the interoperability that goes with that, which will give tremendous advantage in terms of reliability, security, and resilience.
All right, that's in the vault. Audrey.
I would see that we have rooftop solar in combination with storage providing power to our cities during periods of time of, like we're seeing in the US today, where it's very hot. And we're no longer highly dependent on the grid during these periods.
So that's behind the meter storage you're
meter
talking about.
storage.
Okay.
Look, I tend to agree with Audrey. I think innovations like this are going to go up on every single building in the world. And eventually, people are going to be producing a lot more energy on a distributed basis and also be consuming energy in very different ways in terms of electric vehicles and all of that. And therefore, I think the whole energy system, and not just the electricity system, is going to be fundamentally very different in the future, much closer to people, both from a consumption and a generation standpoint.
Thank you, Zaman.
And I, of course, agree with my colleagues, but I just want to add that Australia will be shipping FutureFeed, and it will be the world's most popular method of eliminating emissions in the agriculture industry, and it'll be a major export industry for Australia and a contribution to the world's climate emissions.
And that's for the cows, not for us.
Well, Alan, you can use it if you want.
All right, well, so I'm going to put in a couple as well. I think that by 2032, across the OECD, probably 90% of all passenger cars will be electric cars, and that the average range for a battery electric car will be 1,000 kilometres or more. And I want to put in another one, which is that the world's use of clean hydrogen by 2032 will be about 40 million tonnes. So you can check me in an Excel spreadsheet. I'm being very numeric. Thank you, panel. Thank you, Claudio, Audrey, Sumant, and Larry. Thank you, audience. I think it's lunchtime.
Thank you, Alan. That was just so fascinating and really started to bring up some of the issues that we're going to be grappling with this afternoon. So thank you so much, Alan, for chairing that. We do have lunch and we're going to need some form of military precision. We're all going to be moving downstairs into the ballroom, but you've probably already noticed by now we've got about 5 lifts. So it's going to require a gentle military precision as you cross a bridge and make your way down to the basement. We do have 2 very significant ministerial addresses. We're going to be hearing, of course, from Australia's Climate Change Minister, Chris Bowen, and also the Minister from Indonesia. So please, let's get down there as soon as we possibly can, and we'll see you there very shortly. Thank you. We've also sent you an email about lunch and where it is, and also about the arrangements to get to dinner tonight, which is off-site. So we'll be leaving the hotel and going to the Shangri-La. We'll see you soon at lunch. Hello again. If we think we've got challenges with the supply chain, the logistics of getting you all up and down to lunch. Jennifer's sitting down, so she's showing a wonderfully good example. We need to press on, so if you can come and take your seats, we will get underway in a minute or so because we'd like to get as many of you back in the room, and then we'll get underway with our afternoon presentations. Thanks so much, guys.
The green one. Yeah.
Thanks, ladies and gents. Let's get underway. We are now, in this afternoon session, going to tackle some of the very practical issues that we're all going to be grappling with. What we've chosen to focus on over the next 3 panel sessions is 3 technology streams. Of course, the already established renewables that we know and love, but of course driving down their cost and accessibility is critical, so we'll deal with that in the first panel. Then we'll be looking at critical minerals and batteries. As we know, those minerals are held by sometimes just a few countries. And then finally moving in the last session this afternoon to hydrogen and ammonia supply chains. But to set the scene for those 3 panel discussions, it's our great delight to have with us Tatsuya Terazawa. He's chairman and CEO of the Institute of Energy Economics Japan, and he has a wealth of experience working across various portfolios within the Japanese government and civil service. He has a very deep understanding of energy markets right across the Indo-Pacific and the role of government in supporting the transition to a clean energy future. Please make him very welcome, Tatsuya Terazawa.
Well, thank you very much for the kind introduction. And let me first express my gratitude for all of you for your very warm words for the loss of our former leader, Shinzo Abe. And I think it is our responsibility to build upon his legacy, including the strong ties between Japan, Australia, US, India, Indonesia, and Samoa, and many other countries. Then let me start my presentation, and first I will start with renewable energies. Well, renewable energy should be the major pillar of our energy transition, and it is quite clear as the graphs do not show to the bottom, so maybe someone can adjust the graph. We have seen a dramatic drop in the cost of renewable energies in the past decade. You can take the chairs. Oh, the chairs taken. in this digital world, we have to do something manually. and Alan, probably you're you're the chief scientist, not the chief logistical manager. Well, thank you very much. Well, thank you very much, Alan. And as you can see, the prices or the costs of renewable energies have dropped substantially. But for the future, as we expect to see the rise in the cost of critical minerals, the further reduction in the cost of renewable energies would be more challenging. So that is the reason why we emphasize innovation for the further reduction of the cost of renewable energies. There's another challenge that we're facing, especially for Japan. Renewable energies are great for the global environment, but for many people, not necessarily so for the local environment. In Japan, in some cases, solar panels have been criticized as causing some landslides. And in some cases, the tall wind towers impacting the local scenery and landscape. So what we need to do is to put into place the right regulation into place, engage in the local community to have their understanding, and also we believe innovation can have a role. If we can go offshore, we can reduce the necessity to get the local understanding. In fact, Japan is surrounded by seas with high potential of wind power. But the problem is that the seas surrounding Japan are generally not shallow. They go deep right away. So the typical bottom-fixed type of wind power, at least for Japan, would have very limited potential. So we have to develop and deploy floating type wind power generation. But we will require a substantial innovation breakthrough to make this happen. Another challenge is the supply chain. This morning, the supply chain challenge for solar PV has been addressed by a number of people, but it's not just solar PV. With wind turbine, China is making advancement in wind turbine as well. As stressed this morning, we need to diversify and we need to reduce our dependence on a single source. But from our experience of Japan, we used to be one of the major players in the solar PV. The reason why we lost the competition is that we didn't have the scale. When we talk about the cost competition, you absolutely need the scale. So when we talk about diversification, just talking is not sufficient. We have to find ways that we can ensure we have the scale to be able to compete cost-wise. There's another challenge, intermittency. And we need to have flexibility in our power system to deal with intermittency. We can have demand response, we can have dispatchable power generation, and in the future, hydrogen and ammonia can be used as a fuel to provide those dispatchable power generation. And there's also a necessity to have energy storage. And batteries will play a major role. But for long duration power storage, energy storage, we attach attention to power to gas, using excess power to produce hydrogen, store hydrogen, and use hydrogen when there is necessity. I've been talking about solar, wind, batteries, and hydrogen, and they all require a number of critical minerals, such as nickel, lithium, rare earths. And without those critical minerals, this energy transition cannot be made possible. And as we make this energy transition, we expect to see a substantial growth in the demand. But the currently available supply that we have in place does not match the growth in the demand for those critical minerals. And as you can see, these graphs only apply to 2030. If we look towards 2040 and 2050, the demand would grow even greater. So there is a strong need for us to expand the supply for critical minerals. And it's not just the size that matters. This is focusing on not the mining, but the processing of various critical minerals. As you can see, one country dominates once again the supply of critical minerals. We need to diversify, and we need to reduce the dependence on a single source. And this is not a theoretical or hypothetical question. Let me share with you our experience in Japan. 12 years ago, in 2010, a Chinese fishing boat collided into a patrol boat of the Japanese Coast Guard. And naturally, our Coast Guard arrested the captain of the Chinese fishing boat. The Chinese government responded fiercely with a number of retaliations. And the most serious one was the embargo on the rare earths exports to Japan. Frankly, we were not aware that we were so dependent on rare earths from China. But as many industries, in particular our auto industry, were heavily dependent on the Chinese rare earths, this embargo almost paralyzed our entire industrial activities then. And the prices for rare earths skyrocketed following this incident. The Japanese government responded very quickly. Only, if you look at the calendar, only a month later, the Japanese government provided a $1.1 billion US budget to deal with this crisis. Very quick. Measures included helping the development of alternative materials, helping the development of usage reduction technology, and promotion of recycling, and helping the industry to make the necessary investment. And also, we provided funds to help develop new mines, as well as to participate in the existing mines. And the final line does not appear, but we added critical minerals, such as rare earths, in our stockpiling and reserve efforts. So these are the measures we took in place to respond to the crisis caused by this incident. And I believe that this incident and the Japanese government response can provide a valuable lesson for the discussion here at this forum. Let me turn to hydrogen and ammonia. You can see the coal-fired power capacity, especially in India and Southeast Asia. As you can see, the darker blue ones are less than 10 years old. That line is missing. So many coal-fired power plants in India and Southeast Asia are extremely young. And when you have a growing demand for power in these regions, and you have a very young fleet of coal-fired power plants, it is not easy to retire them early. Very different from Europe, where you have no demand growth. And also, the coal-fired plants are very old. So we have to find ways to continue at least using the younger fleet of coal-fired power plants, but at the same time reducing the CO2 emission. One practical approach would be to co-fire biomass and ammonia with a coal, depending upon the type of the boilers. By co-firing biomass and ammonia, we can reduce the CO2 emission while utilizing the relatively younger coal-fired power plants. In our challenge to realize carbon neutrality, one of the biggest challenges is how to decarbonize the non-power sectors or the hard-to-abate sectors, such as the steel industry or many transportation activities. We need to have innovation, technology to decarbonize these sectors, and hydrogen will play a major role in decarbonizing these sectors. And that's the reason why we are attaching great importance to hydrogen, in addition to the possibility for co-firing. But hydrogen does have a problem, a challenge in transportation. In the absence of pipelines, especially for Japan, to liquefy hydrogen, we need to cool it to below minus 253 degrees Celsius. Not easy, very expensive. And that's the reason why we have been exploring other methods of transportation like MCH and ammonia, and it will be less expensive and easier to liquefy. But the two also have their own problems, challenges. So among these three options, we have to identify and develop a more efficient and effective means for transporting hydrogen. There's probably a much more serious problem with hydrogen and ammonia. They are expensive, and we'll do whatever we can do to reduce the cost of hydrogen and ammonia. But to be realistic, for the foreseeable future, they will remain to be more expensive than the other traditional sources of energies. So if they are more expensive, we cannot expect a broad range of users to be using hydrogen ammonia. This is where the policy must kick in to deal with the cost differentials. This CFD was developed in UK to deal with renewable energies. This is just one example, but we have to put into place policies to deal with this price differential to develop the market. And also, we need to develop the supply chain for hydrogen, from production to transportation to the ultimate consumption of hydrogen. We need to develop the supply chain with a number of functions. And this would require a collective, concerted investment activities by a number of players. And to reduce the cost, once again, we need to have this scale. The history of LNG market can be a lesson. The first cargo of LNG arrived in Japan in 1969. With the continuous efforts, we have realized the scale for LNG. So now we have a pretty less expensive LNG, and with more players participating in the market, we have a reasonably functioning market for LNG. But it took us more than 50 years to reach where we are with this LNG. We have an aspiration to realize carbon neutrality by 2050, less than 30 years. So this time with hydrogen and ammonia, we have to do it in a much speedy manner. And this would require the cooperation by different players, the users, the suppliers across the countries. This is the final slide. To sum, we are facing 5 challenges. We need to innovate to reduce the cost and expand the areas to install renewable energies. We have to develop the supply chain, especially the transportation for hydrogen. And we have to realize the scale in a speedy manner. And we have to enhance the resilience of our supply chain by diversification, reducing the amount we use, and also for recycling, and with stockpiling. And in particular, to realize diversity, as I said, we need to ensure that we remain cost competitive. And that can only happen by ensuring scale. And the fourth is market creation. We have to develop broader usage, especially for hydrogen, and we need to have policy support to deal with the cost differentials. Otherwise, we will not have the market. The fifth one is social acceptance. We need to be more careful about the local environment, and we have to consult and get the understanding of the local community. Finally, I would like to stress one point. No single country can address these challenges effectively alone. No single company can address these challenges alone either. And the business sector alone cannot deal with these challenges. We need to have partnership between the business and governments. In a sentence, we need to have the cooperation, collaboration, collective actions by very different players across the countries. And I strongly believe, and this is exactly the reason why we are gathering here in Sydney. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Terezawa, and just such an important final point that he made about the work that needs to happen right across the business, government sectors to really make this difference, and of course, cooperation nation to nation. Alan, we're missing your heavy lifting antics here, but you're tired or have you retired? As Jack, our wonderful operator behind the scenes, is getting our chairs back on, we're going to now move to the first of our panel sessions. And I'm going to invite the speakers up. We might just move them out a little bit. Thanks, Jack. As Jack gets those chairs in place. First up, Nawen Marina Siu, who's the Managing Director of Copenhagen Infrastructure Service, the Honourable Mick de Brenny, Queensland Government Minister for Energy, Renewables and Hydrogen, and Professor Martin Green, the University of New South Wales Director of the Australian Centre for Advanced Photovoltaic. If you can come up to the stage. They're going to be focusing on ultra-low cost renewables, the ones, as I mentioned before, that we have been using, that we have been developed, and that have already made some considerable advances. But of course, The pace to accelerate their deployment is critical, the critical elements along the supply chain needed, and how, of course, to ensure equitable access. This panel is going to be very ably chaired by Gauri Singh, the Deputy Director General of the International Renewable Energy Agency, and it's a real thrill to have her with us. She brings more than 30 years of experience in policy, advocacy, and project implementation in renewable energy and sustainable development, both in India and internationally. So please make this wonderful panel welcome. Thank you. Over to you, Gauri.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And it's a pleasure to be here and be moderating this panel, which I will just take a few minutes to introduce. But I do want to thank Mr. Terazawa for making my task slightly simpler by really putting on a great scene-setting presentation. So let me start with the good news first. The good news is that just as we are sitting here, the numbers, the data for renewable generation costs are out. And what we are seeing also in 2021 is that there has been a decline of about 13% in the global weighted average levelized cost of solar, and about 15% year-on-year for wind, which is great news because what it really has and what it tells us is that over the decade from 2010 to 2021, the global weighted average levelized cost for solar have fallen by almost 88%, and for offshore wind and onshore wind in the range of 60 to 68%. Now, that's the good news because we're sitting in that context. But a reality check. We did see a record deployment of renewables reaching around 260 gigawatts. And that is great because it brought in an investment of about 300 billion. But where we need to reach, the scale and the pace, which have been pretty much the defining words that we've been hearing since the morning, is we need to reach something like 850 gigawatts annually moving ahead to be able to reach our 1.5 degree climate goals. And that roughly translates to the requirement of solar ramping up almost 4 times and wind ramping up twice. So these are the real challenges. And till now, at IRENA, what we were really doing for almost a decade was supporting governments across the world to get more renewables into their system. Supply chain was something what was like this lubricating oil that wasn't really visible. But now, this is a reality that we all need to address if we are going to keep up the pace and the scale that we want to reach with renewables. So I have with me an excellent panel, and I'd like to actually start with Honorable Mick de Brenni, who is the Minister for Energy, Renewables, and Hydrogen, and also the Minister for Public Works and Procurement in the Queensland government. He has a passion to really get more clean energy to the Queenslanders. And since, Minister, you are a surfer, so you do know how to ride the wave. I think all of us here would like to know how you're going to really ride the wave of clean energy that Queensland really has a potential to do.
Well, thank you very much for the introduction, and it's great to be up here with the fellow panelists today. I thought I might start my reflection on wave riding by I guess, acknowledging what a difficult time it has been for people living along the east coast of our nation who've seen incredibly severe weather, and I think that's one of the things that continues to motivate me is mitigating climate change and the impacts that we're seeing right throughout our nation and globally. The second thing I wanted to touch on was the pursuit, and I know the session that we're dealing with is called ultra-low cost renewables, and it was mentioned that my other portfolio, apart from being what I'm very proud of globally, is the world's first Minister for Hydrogen, is Minister for Public Works and Procurement. And cost is something that comes into procurement quite significantly, of course. And so in Queensland, I'm responsible for the policy around the investment of about $20 billion of taxpayers' money per annum. And so that's on everything from roads to hospitals to school buildings to dams and of course our energy infrastructure as well. And I think we have seen the GenCost report come out in the last few days, and it has shown and demonstrated a very good demonstration of the low cost of renewables. But I think one of the things that we need to think about in the development of renewable supply chains is not so much about cost, it's more about value. And that's one of the shifts that we made upon coming to government in 2015 when we were thinking about our investments. And I think the benefit of thinking about value when we're looking at the cost of what we need to build is that value, of course, includes considerations of reliability, quality, deliverability. It means measuring and valuing the supply chains, measuring and valuing the new businesses, the new job opportunities that we create. And it also, value means measuring the opportunity cost of not acting to develop your own capacity. And I think the International Energy Agency report that we've read overnight clearly demonstrates that there is a significant opportunity cost in not developing our own capacity. We see every speaker today has spoken about the real threats and the vulnerability that we face here in this region because of the concentration of some of our key resources in this sector. And I think an ultra-low cost approach really leads to outcomes of potentially low reliability, low quality. There's a real threat to, I think, to innovation if we're just pushing for low cost. And I think finally it leads to a real threat around a low capacity to earn social licence for what we need to deliver across our nation and across our region. And so I think to overcome that, we're going to need to focus on three things here in our region. So firstly, that's leadership and confidence, that's coordination and collaboration, and connecting and supporting industry growth. And I just thought I'd touch on each of those for a minute, if I can. I think on leadership and confidence, it's so incredibly important that our global leaders are bold and they act quickly to respond. And we've seen Prime Minister Albanese today, he moved very quickly on the NDCs. In Queensland, the Premier announced that we will develop an energy plan that's going to be released soon. It will be very bold. In terms of coordination and collaboration, I think we will need to work really hard to work to our strengths. We've got some of what we need in Queensland in terms of critical minerals, but we don't have all of what we need. And so I think we need to do much better on the collaboration and coordination. And I think one of the opportunities there is in this idea around aggregation of demand for renewable energy components. Now, I wanted to just touch on a very important outcome of the first Energy Ministers meeting that Minister Bowen led just a couple of weeks ago. It was the second decision that we took, and I brought the communique up with me because I think it's really important reflecting on, given what we've heard today. And so the second decision that Energy Ministers made under the new government was to recognise that large amounts of generation, storage and transmission is required, but that we would send our officers away to collaborate and report back to ministers on the potential for the aggregation of renewable energy and storage projects across the nation to help identify significant supply chain and onshoring opportunities to increase the local manufacturing, minerals processing and to manage global equipment supply and cost issues. And so I wanted to share that today because I think it should give you real confidence that some of the threats that we've been hearing about today are already under really active consideration by Australia's leaders. And finally, it's really about backing in our local supply chains, particularly around, I think, those critical minerals. Government support underpinning new resource extraction, certainly in northwest Queensland, is something that's really important for us. But finally, I think it's important that we develop and we work together with business, with other states and territories and our regional partners around policies that consider the objectives of diversification and supply chain security as objectives in assessing what we otherwise would call our optimum path or our efficient cost of delivering clean energy. I think if we can do those three things, then the challenge that has been outlined for us today will enable us to get over the crest of that wave and ride it.
Thank you so much, Minister. And I do think collaboration is going to be the key. And I do know that although this regional collaboration is something that the federal government looks at, but I would like to really know your views on how you look at the potential of regional partnerships in trying to aggregate the demand and creating the size of the market that will attract investments.
Look, I think the regional collaborations are a really important opportunity for us. We've already seen just how interested Australia is now under new leadership to re-engage in the global community. And I think that is such an important signal to send, particularly in the Indo-Pacific region. From my own experience as Queensland's Minister for Energy, Renewables and Hydrogen, we've already been working with our government-owned corporations to supply hydrogen into a small island nation of Palau. One of the challenges that we've got in Australia is, whilst we've got to build many thousands of megawatts of new renewable energy, we are globally not a very big market. And so to attract a consistent delivery of the things that we will require, I think that we're really going to need to team up with some of our partners, particularly in Pacific. So thinking of nations like Fiji, where the Prime Minister has gone to today, thinking about nations like Papua New Guinea and Palau, as I mentioned, and nations like Indonesia to aggregate that demand. Here in Australia, we've taken an action. One of the things that state and territory ministers have been faced with is the inability to meet our, or we're challenged to meet our demand for electric vehicles in our government fleets. Queensland, as a single state, is not a big purchaser of those, but with all of the other states and territories, we become a serious player. And so we want to make sure that we can work with our local partners to do that. Further afield, of course, we have been establishing partnerships with other nations, primarily Japan and South Korea, on our ambitions for large-scale green hydrogen export. And so through publicly owned companies, our GOCs, Stanwell and CS Energy, we've got partnerships with Iwatani and Sumitomo, working with those companies to develop those supply chains here in Queensland. And the final remark I'd make is how important it has been to partner with business here. And so we've been very fortunate to strike an early partnership with Fortescue Future Industries. And I just want to tell a quick story. When I first became hydrogen minister, I was approached at a party, and someone came up to me and said, "Oh, you're the new hydrogen minister, aren't you?" And I said, "Yes, I am. I'm very proud of that. First one in the world." And she said, "Oh, well, that's very, very good, but you've got a problem, mate." And I said, "Well, what's that?" And the person said, "Well, I'm a Berliner. I come from Germany, and I know what the order book looks like for electrolyzers made in Germany." And I said, "Oh, that's great. Can't wait to get it." And they said, "Well, you're right down here. You know, you're not a big market." And so we had some incredible ambition. And so then when Andrew Forrest approached our government and said, "We've got an opportunity to build electrolyzers here in Queensland," we said, "Absolutely, absolutely." So the two of those encounters happened within days of each other. It was only a couple of months later, and now we're building one of the world's largest electrolyser manufacturing plants here in Queensland. And I want to acknowledge the support of businesses like that and others for allowing us to stand up that supply chain here in Australia.
That's absolutely great to hear, Minister. But also it provides me a perfect segue into our second panelist, which is Marina Su, who's the Managing Director for Copenhagen Infrastructure Service and based in Taiwan. And I know, Marina, that you have 14 years of experience in the offshore wind sector and has been able to get a very strong dialogue between the government, the supply, and engage the supply chain industry to really have some strong collaborations going to build the supply chain in Taiwan. But it wasn't really like that 14 years ago, Marina, when you started off. And I know that you were kind of considered an outlier when you started off. But it's been an incredible journey for you personally, for having been able to contribute to the sector in Taiwan. But maybe hear from you on how the government really has made the shift from being almost a nascent industry 12, 14 years back to where it is now in Taiwan.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gori. Taiwan, I don't know if any of you have been to Taiwan. In Taiwan, we are highly, highly dependent on imported energy sources. 98% of the energy sources from Taiwan, 98% imported. And Australia is our fourth largest supporter. So basically, we are your fourth largest client when it comes to coal. So almost all our coal are from Australia. And the Taiwanese government recognized that energy independence is the same level as national security. Therefore, how can we have more renewable energy? How can we basically utilize the strong wind resources that we have to create less dependency on import? Therefore, around 12, 13 years ago, the Taiwanese government then launched this Renewable Energy Act and a very robust framework on offshore wind farm build-out. And currently, as we speak, right now, my company is installing wind turbines in the water 25 kilometers off the coast of Taiwan, in the Taiwan Strait right now. And these are so far the largest commercialized turbines, 9.5 megawatt Vestas turbines. But put that aside, how did the Taiwanese government do it? They realized that they need to set a big enough install capacity target to attract good quality developers from Europe with the European experience in offshore wind to Taiwan. Therefore, they have launched a stage-wise policy. First of all, 12 years ago, they started off with a pilot phase where they heavily subsidized the capex, 50% of the capex of a pilot small-scale project, less than 100 megawatt of offshore wind, near shore, were subsidized by the government. Then the second phase of the development, they launched a they called it the promising sites. So they selected a total of 37 sites off the coast, west coast of Taiwan, totaling about 9 gigawatt or so for developers to apply. And on top of that, they they launched the feed-in tariff scheme. It's a very attractive feed-in tariff scheme. We're talking about almost 19 cents US dollar per kilowatt hour. And it's a 20-year PPA. So you basically sell to you or me as a developer, we sell to the state-owned utility, and there's only one state-owned utility called Taiwan Power Company with almost 19 cents US dollar per kilowatt hour. So with that incentive, and with, of course, the very good wind resources we have in Taiwan, then the Taiwanese government got to attract the Europeans' leading developers like my company and many others to invest in Taiwan. And currently, if we are looking into the build-out right now, currently in Taiwan Strait, there are 4 offshore wind farms being constructed right now. And we are hopefully going to have about 2 gigawatt of offshore wind in commercial operation by the end of this year. So it's actually quite a massive build-out right now. But the Taiwanese government is not satisfied yet. They knew that in order to reach energy independence, they knew that because the Taiwanese government just declared 2050 net zero goal, and they know that the build-out of offshore wind has to be much more aggressive. So they have recently just launched 3 rounds of auctions from 26, 27, and 2028 to build out approximately 15 gigawatts of offshore wind. So you could see a steady and planned, staged policy development together with interested and capable private investor, private capital going in. And by the government giving these development opportunities, they are also asking experienced developers to give back to the society. So therefore, they oblige the developer to build local industry. And I can give an examples of how local industries are being built for offshore wind particularly. Taiwan, we have no oil and gas at all. So we don't have infrastructure for it. We don't have know-how for it. But we are currently building from 0 to 1 an offshore wind farm, offshore wind industry. We are building 2 foundation factories being able to manufacture foundations, jacket foundations, weighted more than 900 tons. Both in the north and in the south of Taiwan. We are building more than 15 factories just for our project alone, ranging from blade factories, power conversion modules, fasteners, foundries, nacelle covers, cable factories, you name it. And all these are local companies being qualified by Vestas and Siemens. So this is how the Taiwanese policy make it work. They attract experienced developers, they incentivize them so that they invest, and they bring in their knowledge from Europe to support a rather nascent or non-existing local industry to grow into hopefully soon regionally competitive supply chain.
Thank you so much, Marina. And let me now turn to Professor Martin Green, who's Scientia professor at the University of New South Wales and is also the director for the Center for Advanced Photovoltaics. But I was actually just talking to my friends in the technology world, and they said, you know, we fondly talk of him as the father of the passivated emitter and rear cell technology, which is now, you know, almost 90% in the global production. And of course, he's been awarded, and he's a recipient of many international awards, the latest being the 2021 Japan Prize. And we all heard at lunch today with the Honorable Chris Bowen calling him a national treasure. So I'm sure all this really weighs heavy on his shoulders. And I actually kind of expected, Professor, that you'd have a similar magic bag that we saw Dr. Marshall have and, you know, pull out some of these amazing technologies. But Let me turn to you as someone who's seen actually the whole pathway of moving from an innovation at the research laboratories and going all the way to commercialization at scale. And you've seen really the industry, you've seen the concentration that we are talking about. So I do want to get your thoughts on how do you really see this grow in the future, but also I mean, apart from the fact that we know it's highly concentrated, but maybe you could dwell some light on how you really see it from the inside moving ahead.
Yes, thank you very much for that introduction. Not a heavy weight on my shoulders. Yeah, I'm fortunate to have been involved in the big transition within the industry that has seen the cost of solar come down so dramatically that many people have referenced today. And that involved a transition in the manufacturing from largely Europe, Japan, and the US to China. And I have to admit that Australia was very heavily involved in that transition, in that the first manufacturing in China was established via a series of Australian-Chinese joint ventures, usually involving students from my group. The other thing that's not particularly well known is that the way the industry got kick-started there, really started taking off, was not through the Chinese government pouring dollars into it, as many people believe, because at that stage the Chinese government thought the solar was going to be always too expensive, and their renewable energy bets were placed on very much on wind. But it was through these young, small, private companies that were established in China, listing on the US exchanges. And it was US finance from US investors that built up the Chinese industry. So the first company was listed in 2005 on the New York Stock Exchange. There was a huge appetite for Chinese stocks in the US at that stage. And it was a huge success, raising 400 million, apparently the biggest technology float of that year. And that caused a massive rush of both US investors to find other Chinese companies to list with a similar background, and Chinese companies involved in photovoltaics wanting to list. So between 2005 and 2010, there were 10 Chinese-based companies that listed on the New York Stock Exchanges, and 6 of those are in the top 10 manufacturers in 2022. So they form the backbone of the industry. After about 2010, the Chinese government took an interest in solar, could see what was happening in terms of the local industry building up, and then it really started supporting the industry, and particularly by developing the market, by creating a large market for solar within China. And that has been important in the ongoing growth of the Chinese industry. So yeah, it's a story that's developed over the last 20 years, but some very positive outcomes in that we now can see the cost of solar, at least 10 times lower than it was before all this happened, which is important development worldwide. But the other important development, I think, has been the establishment of manufacturing in China itself. So prior to the advent of solar, China, of course, was very heavily dependent on installing more coal generation, which they're able to do very cheaply. But with the advent of solar, China has now become the biggest taker-up of solar, and has much more solar installed than was ever anticipated. In fact, in 2007, the Chinese government projection for the amount of solar in 2020 was 1.8 gigawatts, but what was actually installed was well over 100 times that figure, and that's because of the presence of this local industry that the Chinese government nurtured. So I think there's a few lessons learned from the whole exercise. An important factor in all this was the German feed-in tariff scheme in particular in Europe, which created an growing market for photovoltaics. And that was by spreading the extra cost of the then more expensive solar over all customers. So spreading the extra burden over a wide range of energy consumers. So that was one important feature. The other was, the huge local market within China for solar. So that really tied the industry over the last 10 years or so, until it's reached the stage now where it's generally accepted that solar and wind now provide the lowest cost of electricity generation. Certainly wasn't the feeling, maybe even 5 years ago. Certainly not in Australia. So it's a development that we now accept as fact, something that evolved very rapidly over the last decade. So I think in terms of diversifying the manufacturing, I think it's very important to do that, but very challenging, because the Chinese have dominated the market because they're very good at doing what they're doing. They're producing extremely high quality product very cheaply. So it's very difficult for any manufacturing activity in another country to compete on either of those two terms. So I think India, well, there's several countries interested. So all the big electricity users like the US, Japan, and India are all interested in developing the local industry quite naturally, given the fact that solar is probably going to provide a large percentage of electricity generation in the future. But India is probably the most developed, and it has, of course, the large internal market and ambitious government plans for large amounts of renewable to be installed. So over 300 gigawatts of solar by 2030, I think, is the official target. So that's going to require a lot of solar, something like 30 gigawatts a year, which is much larger than even the Australian uptake. So it provides, that large market provides the opportunity for growth. But even so, the government in India realises that drastic measures are required to develop the competitive industry, so that I think, as Mr. Sinha mentioned this morning, the government has incorporated a number of schemes to promote the development of local industry. So there's a production-linked incentive that has attracted the attention of some of the big conglomerates in India, like Reliance, Jindal, and others, installing capacity in India, so that as things now stand, by the middle of this decade, if all goes to plan, India will have 30 gigawatts of capacity installed through the scheme. Other aspects have been tariffs on imported product. It gives an advantage, and also purchase of local product for government procurements and things like that has been another feature. I think another feature that might come important, that might assist the diversification in the future, is the tendency to require certification about where the product's coming from, and perhaps the carbon intensity in manufacturing the product. So just recently, the US introduced the UGAR Forced Labour Prevention Act, which requires importers of photovoltaic product into the US to prove that no forced labour was used in the production of the product. And that requires extensive documentation, as you can imagine. So I think that, and I guess Europe has for long been talking about tariffs on imported product that has a high carbon intensity. So that may be ways of differentiating product manufactured in other countries in the future and providing the diversification that's required. So next decade is going to be very interesting for photovoltaic development, and I think anything that can be done to help countries like India diversify is very much in the diversify the production of photovoltaics, very much in the international interest. So thank you.
Thank you, Professor. And actually, that brings me back to Marina, because I know as an investor, as a large international investor, when you're looking at different geographies, we heard the minister at lunch, the Indonesian minister at lunch, they're all very actively looking at local content requirements. how do you see, as an international investor, looking at these local content requirements that countries would be coming up with, especially given this focus on energy security and managing your supply chains?
Well, we're currently the only investor that has offshore wind farm projects in 4 continents, and each continent, countries in each continent started to have their own localization requirement. And we see it in America, we see it, of course, in Taiwan, and we've seen it in Japan, and I think also in Australia as well. And this is only making sense because this supports the independence of that market, basically, and also supports the local and domestic growth in the markets that we, as an experienced investors, are in. And I think what it takes for experienced investors to work closely with the governments that we have projects in are, first of all, whether the government has a bold target, a bold goal, and how does the government have complementary measures and framework regulations that supports their ambition and supports their goal. And with that framework, if it has enough incentive and if it has a proper industry build-up plan that ties very closely with their policy, that incentivize and also oblige experienced international investors to give back, to contribute, to co-create with the markets that they are in. And we could say that for Taiwan, Taiwan is CIP, Copenhagen Infrastructure Partners' first project outside of Europe. And we are so far seeing the good results that we are able to transfer our experience in Europe, the supply chain build-up experience in Europe, and transfer and implement that into a very faraway culture in Taiwan, in an Asian society, into a almost non-existing industry like Taiwan. And therefore, I think this could be attributed to the capability of the investor, but also mostly the government. How the government has to have vision, and they have means to work together with private investors. So the public-private partnerships, how it is executed, it is simply essential.
Absolutely, and I don't think we could agree more on this need for this public-private partnership to take the ambition of governments to build and diversify supply chains in the country. So I would like to open up for questions from the audience. I hope we have mics around. Alan, let's start with you.
Thank you, that's been wonderful. It's probably a question for you, Martin. I believe we're seeing the first bounce in the price of solar panels maybe ever. They've been coming down, 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 down. Just this year, they're starting to bounce up a little bit. Does that tell us that the manufacturing process is so sophisticated that it's now just reflecting the price of raw materials? And if so, does that mean that manufacturing is at a new stage, which could be a kick-off point for India and other countries to get involved in manufacturing?
Yes, it's an unusual set of circumstances that have caused the recent rise in the price of photovoltaics. So they hit an all-time low in the middle of 2020, and they've gone up about 40%, per watt for a solar panel since then. There has been one other occasion where the prices did go up, and it was caused by exactly the same effect, a shortage in the very pure polysilicon material that's used in the module production. So back in beginning of 2020, there was an oversupply of this material, and the prices of the polysilicon were hitting all-time lows. So this is a purity of silicon that has 1 part per billion impurity in the silicon, and it was selling for $580 US a kilogram, whereas the price of metallurgical grade silicon, which is the technical grade, which is 98% pure, so orders of magnitude less pure, was selling for about $2.50 a kilogram, so very little margin in purifying it. And that forced many companies out of the business. So some companies just couldn't maintain the losses they were making selling at the prices the market was demanding. But then a series of natural events occurred, like the polysilicon production is quite a difficult and volatile manufacturing process. And there was an explosion at one big factory, there were floods at another, and a fire at the third. So all of a sudden, within about a month, there was 3 disasters that knocked the global supply of polysilicon down at a time when it was sort of getting back into equilibrium after entrants had pulled out of the industry. So that caused a shortage. And at the same time, there was this realization that solar had a big part to play in climate change mitigation. So particularly the International Energy Agency publications have been very helpful in publicising the role that solar has to play in the future. And then even the IPCC has recently released a climate change mitigation report, which has put solar right at the forefront, together with wind, in the near-term mitigation strategies that can be adopted, before 2030 at zero or negative cost. So all that increased interest has increased demand right at this time when the polysilicon supply was struggling. So the polysilicon prices continue to go up as we speak, but there's an enormous amount of capacity going in within China and some other Southeast Asian countries. But it does provide an opportunity. I think it's also compounded by the Uyghur forced labour issue, because a lot of the polysilicon in China is made in Xinjiang province, where those issues arise. So it's an interesting stage, but I think it does create opportunities for new entrants, both because of the contamination of the supply chain, if you like, and the reason most of the production is done in Xinjiang, in that there's Chinese government subsidization of electricity prices there to attract industry to the province, so that many manufacturers flock there because of that situation. But now, realising the way things are developing, they're now moving to provinces that have plenty of hydro, that are well away from Xinjiang. So it's causing a change in the Chinese industry, but it does create opportunities for other market entrants. Of course, the prices of other components in the module are going up at the same time, so that's a minor contributor compared to the cost of polysilicon, which has gone up 5 or 6 times over that 18-month period.
So yeah, please.
Energy Council. A fantastic session, and just wanted to pay tribute to the work of Martin Green in particular. A question to the Minister, Minister de Brenni. You quoted from the communique from the Energy Ministers meeting, and effectively talking about the better coordination between governments around supply chain issues. Are you able to dive a bit deeper into that? What might that look like? And 2 specific things, maybe does Queensland have a view about where you might focus on? And also, what's the role of the Commonwealth Government there?
Thanks very much. Thanks very much for that. Thanks very much for that question. So, it was the first thing that I raised with the former government when I was appointed minister a few years ago, and there wasn't an interest in looking at how we could develop our supply chains here in Australia, which was disappointing, but it was relieving a couple of weeks ago to see unanimous agreement amongst states, territories and the new Commonwealth Government that should be a focus because what we've seen over the course of this conference is that there is a real appetite for that. In Queensland, we think that we are good at some things. We think that we can be good at batteries. We think that we can be good at wind turbines, and we think that we can be good at solar PV racking. But if we want to get into those things, we know that our construction profile is going to be lumpy, and no manufacturer is going to open a factory to build any of these things or make these components unless they've got a smooth pipeline and a long pipeline. And so if we can aggregate that pipeline across states and territories, we think there may be enough across the east coast of Australia for some of those components, but certainly if we look across the Indo-Pacific, there is absolutely enough to aggregate for bringing that manufacturing from the Northern Hemisphere much closer to Australia. So what we'll be focusing on now is looking at what we can realistically do, what we can deliver in a way that delivers energy at a reasonable value, not so much potentially at ultra low cost, but at a reasonable value when we take into account those other attributes that you might want to get from making a decision like that.
So thank you so much, and I think that's pretty much what we have time for. But I do want to end with the Indian folklore. An elephant actually walks into a village, and the villagers have never seen an elephant. And there's this, some blind men who also want to go and experience what an elephant really is like. And the one who touches the leg says that, I think it's a pillar. The one who touches the tail says it looks very much like a rope, and the one which looks at the trunk says it looks like a pipe. So and the one who touches the ear would say it looks like a fan. So different realities, perceived realities, and obviously they're, in their own limited way, they are correct. But what I want to really point out is that when you're looking at the energy transition, which is such a complex transition and a transformation that we will be seeing of the energy sector, it's something that will have to bring together a host of such realities together for us as a community to understand the challenges and the opportunities that exist and understand the whole of it. So I hope the conversations today have helped bring value into adding to this narrative. And I want to thank my panelists for really being so open and candid about their views. So please join me in giving them a round of applause.
And thanks, Gauri, for that facilitation and for firmly putting all those pieces together, literally the elephant in the room, that we have to solve that puzzle as we progress during the next couple of days. Now we're going to move on to our second session in this grouping, and I'm going to immediately welcome up, while we fix up that fourth microphone, our panelist, Dr. Shoichiro Watanabe, the CTO of Panasonic Energy, Simon Moores, the CEO of Benchmark Mineral Intelligence, and Amanda Lacaze, CEO and MD of Lynas Rare Earths. Now, in this session, we're going to consider the pace and scale needed to accelerate the development of EVs and grid-scale batteries, the role of critical minerals, of course, which we've touched on briefly, and also mechanisms to try and find substitutions and reduce dependencies. Chairing this session is Dr. Alan Bai, co-founder and director of Imvalo. Dr. Bai has been a very valuable member of the Forum Steering Committee, and he has helped shape the themes that we are discussing in this forum. He has over 20 years' experience in senior operational and strategic roles across the industry. So please welcome our chair, Dr. Bai, and our panelists. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone, and it's my pleasure to be moderating the panel today. We've worked hard to get a set of panelists that can represent the full spectrum of the supply chain, And so by introduction, I'll start with Simon Worth. He is the MD of Benchmark Mineral Intelligence, and he has his finger on the pulse of the supply-demand dynamics that sit with batteries and critical minerals. We've also got Dr. Watanabe, who is the CTO of Panasonic Energy. Dr. Watanabe has spent time in the US developing the Tesla gigafactories and has an entire career in understanding battery chemistries. Welcome. And Amanda Lacaze, who's the MD of Lynas. Lynas has been right at the forefront of the supply-demand challenges in the rare earths industry and has genuine experience in building supply chains across the Indo-Pacific. So in setting the scene for this discussion, we cannot make this energy transition without the minerals and metals that are required in solar panels, in wind turbines, and also in the battery cells that are required for EVs. And there is a real dislocation in the supply-demand of these materials. So just last year in Shanghai, there was a gigafactory built, a battery gigafactory, and it took 10 months from where to go to bring that factory in production. To bring on a mine to supply that factory takes on average about 10 years. So there's a real challenge we have to face in solving this. So I'm going to kick off with Simon. Simon, can you give us an overview of the supply-demand situation for these battery and critical minerals?
Yep, more than happy to. Can you hear me? Yeah, that's working now, isn't it? Yeah, so thank you first, Alan, and the Australian government for getting me out here. I'm from really the lithium-ion battery supply chain, so geopolitical meetings like this are very rare for me to come to, and so bear with me if I use language that is a little bit different to what's been discussed today. But in summary, we spend our time at mine sites, chemical plants, battery plants, electric vehicle manufacturers, collecting data and giving advice on the entire supply chain. And what we've seen well, the trend's been going since 2015, but it's the last 3 years where I would say it's descended into a little bit of chaos, which is a collection of niche minerals, especially lithium, graphite, cobalt, nickel, and of course rare earths on the magnet side that are effectively coming into the mainstream. They're going from industries that are mined in the hundreds of thousands of tons to industries that have to become millions of tons. They have to become commodities in effect. Even though they are not commodities, they are specialty chemicals. So the problem with that is there are bottlenecks everywhere along the supply chain, from digging it out of the ground to getting it into a battery, and getting it into a battery of quality, of tier 1 quality that your Western OEMs can use, make EVs from, that are to the highest safety standards and range standards and longevity standards that all of us would require for spending a lot of money on an EV. So on the supply side, you've got that niche to mainstream, and of course on the demand side, really it's all about electric vehicles, and by default it is all about lithium-ion batteries. We call it this great raw material disconnect because the example, Alan, you gave at the start is perfect, right? It's very quick to put up a battery plant, maybe a bit long to put up a quality battery plant with Panasonic, but it's quick to put up a battery plant by default, anywhere from, that was 10 months, could be up to 24 months. A lithium mine and a chemical plant can take up to 10 years. I mean, if you're really going to speed it up, it could take 5 years, but that's being probably the most positive you can get. So there's this great raw material disconnect. The people that are making, the OEMs that are making big electric vehicle announcements are not speaking to the mining companies that are planning these new mines or lack of new mines that are coming on stream. And as a result, you see price volatility, price shocks. And it was interesting hearing the solar supply chain situation. It's similar. The problem with batteries is you have to master 5 supply chains, not just one, not just polysilicon. So it's quite complex. there's a disconnect, and the downstream, my final point, is moving about twice the pace of the upstream. So every year for the next 10 years, we've got about 30% growth each year in the market of demand for lithium-ion batteries and EVs, whereas the supply side, at quickest, these raw materials are coming out of the ground at about 15% a year. So that kind of underlines this great raw material disconnect that we're experiencing at present. And as a result, prices go up.
Thank you, Simon. Amanda, I'll ask you a question in two parts. Can you give us a little bit of the history of Lynas, which perhaps is an exemplar for the Indo-Pacific supply chains? And then secondly, the challenges that you foresee in meeting the demand for these critical minerals.
Thank you, Alan. I'd just like to start again by recognising the Gadigal people on whose lands we meet, but most particularly to recognise the Wongatha in Western Australia on whose lands we operate. I would also like to take the opportunity to say I think we have some Malaysian friends in the audience, Selamat Petang, konnichiwa to our very esteemed Japanese friends and colleagues, and you will understand why I particularly reference our Japanese friends as I go on. And to our friends we are yet to make, a general aloha to the South Pacific, Selamat Siang to Indonesia, Namaskar to India, Ahaya all to the Yanks, to our American friends. And of course, g'day to all of the Australians. The reason why I took the time to go through all of those greetings is, as Alan said, in many ways, Lynas is an exemplar of our subhead on this conference, which is creating an Indo-Pacific alliance to secure supply chains. Now, Terazawa-san somewhat stole my thunder, but I will forgive you because you will recall he talked about the rare earths crisis of a decade ago. And the Japanese government, via JOGMEC, established an organisation called Japan Australia Rare Earths and lent the money that saw Lynas finally go from being a light bulb idea to a reality. It was interesting, during that crisis, as we think about the outside China markets, the Europeans responded by setting up a study group to understand rare earth supply chains. The Americans responded by launching litigation in the World Trade Organization. And the Japanese responded by funding Lynas. I will leave it to you to reach your conclusion on which of those markets has security of supply today. However, that relationship has been critically important, and today, as we have had further challenges in terms of resilient supply chains, not just geopolitical, but very much COVID reminded everybody that a singular supply chain is risky. We are seeing increased interest in this in outside China governments, and we were really pleased only a couple of weeks ago to be able to announce that we have grant funding from the US government to develop a plant in Texas, which will separate heavy rare earths. That will be the first one outside China. And in, I don't know, maybe 25 years, and there are no outside China separation facilities for heavies right now, and also for light rare earths. So we are a perfect example of many governments working together. And so we see that as being an excellent example for all of the challenges that we face going forward in this sector. The second part of your question, Alan, was what are the challenges for industry? And Simon covered this somewhat. As I said, we're the only non-Chinese separator of rare earths. Rare earths are definitely not for the faint-hearted. They're complex technically. The Chinese haven't been keen to share their technology, go figure. But having said that, we have developed that capability. But we are developing a new plant in Kalgoorlie as we speak. It's $500 million. And it is only one stage of a 5-stage process. The plant that we're intending to develop in Texas is, let's say, as a starting point, 150 million US. So this gives you a sense for the amount of capital which is associated with it. And then finally, of course, the thing that Australia brings to the table more than anything else, Minister King, is our wonderful mineral endowment. And for us, the Mount Weld ore body in Western Australia is the source of our value, and being able to develop, particularly in remote areas, resources of this sort is a challenge in and of itself. The market for rare earths, particularly the magnetic materials, I do have some numbers here so that I don't misquote them. There's around 80,000 tonnes of rare earth permanent magnets consumed in 2020, and that's vehicles, automotive, electronics, wind turbines, home appliances. Everyone here who knows that, you know, sort of the Dyson hairdryer is truly a better hairdryer. I'm sure all of the men here understand this. Full of rare earths permanent magnets. So this demand is expected to grow to 135,000 tonnes in 2030. So this is a really significant number. We're talking about doubling the market. It is difficult to bring on supply at that rate.
Thank you, Amanda. Watanabe-san, can you talk to us about the challenges you face in growing the manufacture of batteries, and also perhaps move on to what is the future of battery chemistries?
Okay, thank you, Alan. Our Panasonic have experienced with Tesla is 15 years experience for the battery manufacturing. And firstly, Elon Musk want to have 100 gigawatt hour. It's at that time, it's also amazing challenge for us. And so we challenged in the USA, Nevada, the Gigafactory introducing. It's also the 3,000 people hired and the new manufacturing. It's a challenging, but so also we have to build up the supply chain. It's needed. So and in this time, all of the most of the material from Asia. So cathode material from Japan and almost material from China. It's also current status. And we are thinking for the next challenge. Tesla wanted it's also 2 terawatt hour battery manufacturing. It's so amazing, unbelievable scales. So we have to sort of build up. It's so more so the strict the supply chain, the mining, everything. And we have to thinking about to the EU install the new battery regulation. It's a very key point for the competition stage in the globally. They are introducing to the carbon footprint of the battery. Is also the key point. It's regulations. It becomes so we are thinking to the Japan manufacturing might be unacceptable for the EU because of the regulations. So we have to reduce the carbon footprint to our lithium-ion battery. So we analyzed our carbon footprint, but so we found it's so just only 14% is our production energy. So we have to purchase already evolved the carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide is already 86% is already existed. So then we have to purchase more lower carbon footprint material we needed. So that's why in the future it's not only expanding material, but also we have to reduce material. CFP is needed. So that's why I really so believe all of the mining and so the smelting, refining, required to challenging to reducing their energy. So, for example, in Canada, so they are introducing hydropower or 100% their promise. It's a very easy understanding. So we really want to, in the future, is also the Asian Pacific needed to the more innovative mining and refining process is required. That's my image for that. And chemistry is also, lithium is a promising material, and we are challenging to reduce the cobalt content. It's also the leadership company for the technology for that. So, and high nickel is also one of the promising material. And in current now, we are needed to more development to mining. So, and we are challenging to how to reduce the content, but so lithium and nickel is also quite also severe material in my understanding. That's all.
Thank you. I want to pick up your comments around decarbonisation, and Amanda, to pass to you. Can you talk about the challenges of decarbonising the mining side of the supply chain?
No, I'd rather not. Yes, this is my daily challenge. We are a technology company, and so therefore our desire as an organisation is to sign on to the Science-Based Targets Initiative rather than a simple zero carbon outcome, because science-based targets requires us to actually reduce emissions. We are finding it challenging. As a growth company, it doesn't actually accommodate because the targets aren't on an intensity basis, but on an absolute basis. But the people in our company are like people everywhere. We have a desire to embrace sustainability. Remote locations are difficult. And I think that it's worth remembering as we think about energy that Australian industry still very much runs on diesel. Remote mine sites typically have diesel generators. Agriculture runs on diesel, and our logistics systems run on diesel. And this is a significant challenge for us. So remotely at Mount Weld, for example, when we were first talking about this with some colleagues and we were talking about solar, one of my French colleagues said, well, solar only makes sense if you can put it back in the grid. And we said, there is no grid. But it only makes sense if you can put it in there is no grid, right? So the closest town, Laverton, is 28 kilometres down the road, and guess what? No one's going to be putting a high voltage line down there. So really looking at how do we transition and how do we take first steps. So I'm not an expert at power except as it associates with our business, but I am something of an expert in change management. And I think creating the Burning Platform for Change has been done very well. And I think we need to move on to the actionable first steps. And we need to make sure that we don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. So it would be wonderful if at Mount Weld we could leap to a hybrid power station with battery backup for our 24-hour operation. I can tell you it is not practical. And even though the cost of batteries is coming down, I think it's about $3 million for every 15-minute storage for us, and that just doesn't work. So we do need to continue some baseload fossil fuel for some time yet, and I think the IEA actually recognises that this will be a feature of the energy mix for really close to the next decade. But if we move from diesel to gas, we do actually reduce our emissions by about a half in a step. So it's not the perfect, but it is a good first step. And I think we all have opportunities to do that, and in all parts of our business. But we shouldn't think that it is easy. But then things which are worthwhile often are not easy, are they?
Thanks, Amanda. Appreciate your candid response there. And As an extension of that, Simon, your company manages a benchmark pricing model for critical minerals. What's your view on a green minerals premium developing over time?
Well, I think it's going to have to happen, but it will happen in different ways. It will happen in helping the mines of tomorrow come on stream quicker, helping them get through stuff like the bankable feasibility study, helping the early stage explorers pay for drill rigs, which WA does very well, by the way, with the scheme. I think the premium will be seen through that, and then, of course, to get those mines on stream, they will have to have rock solid, and actually, this might not work either, but long-term supply contracts, right, with serious players, with players like Panasonic, for example, that can guarantee that 50% of the output for the first 5 or 10 years is going to be purchased at a certain price. And at the moment, for the battery raw materials, that side of things doesn't really exist. There's some off-takes and they're classic off-take agreements that you'll be used to the last 10 years, which is why it comes down to the thing that we've been saying since February is if you're an automotive OEM that's making EVs, you in effect will have to become miners. And I don't mean actual miners, but I mean you're going to have to start buying 25% of these mines if you want to guarantee supply. Paper contracts won't be enough. And so I don't think there'll be a specific green premium on a price that you can go, right, you're going to pay an extra 15% on a market price. I think it will work its way in the industry through that, through the supply and demand necessity, rather than actually a stamp at the end saying, right, here's the green premium tax or something like this.
Thank you, Simon.
Sorry, Alan, can I just say, great pun, rock solid, miners, all of that sort of stuff. I would just like to pose an alternative view. We've been in this business for a while. I can tell you that there is not a single customer who is prepared to pay even $1 a kilo for a premium for their magnets, right? And if you think about an electric vehicle which might have a $50,000 bill of materials, there might be $300 or $400 worth of magnets in that vehicle and not a single dollar. I actually think that if we wish to be competitive, and pick me, I wish to be competitive, we need to recognise that this is a ticket to play, right? And everything else comes after that. So we need to embrace sustainability in everything we do, not because someone's going to pay us for it, but actually because it's the right thing to do. Sorry, Alan.
No, thank you. Watanabe-san, there's been a lot said about bringing manufacturing to the regions, closer to mining operations. Can you share your opinion on regions doing more value add with their supply chains and bringing battery manufacturing closer to the mining production?
So we are thinking about, the current nickel mine is focused on basically the stainless steel. So that's why, all of the process and the mining, the smelting and refreshing, everything is focused on the stainless steel. So that's why we want to some battery material. It's pure nickel make to the precursor, the nickel sulfide, then precursor and cathode material. So that's why. So we have already so many. So that the not optimized process exists right now. So then, in the future, we focus on the develop for the battery material mining. It's so we can develop to the optimize. So for example, some kinds of the matte material is including some the impurity, but so we are focusing to the usable impurity or so not optimize something. So we can reduce and optimize to the production It's also basically so that we can find more sort of competitive, so the total process to the battery manufacturing. But that's kind of the opportunity. It's also including to new technology competition. It's a later project is more competitive, I believe. So that's kind of the approach we will done. It's sorry for that.
Thank you. Look, I am going to ask Simon and Amanda to give their opinion on the value add question, and then I'll open it up to the audience. So just if anyone wants to ask a question, get prepared to do that. So Simon, what's your view on value add in supply chains?
Well, it depends what industry you're in, right? Obviously, I'm speaking from the lithium-ion battery industry, but I think of it very simply. Like, batteries have to be made where the cars are made. You can't ship lithium-ion batteries long distances. They're hazardous goods. They're heavy. So batteries and cars are going to be made together. And that is happening now. We've seen a rise of these gigafactories around the world. In 2015, we have 3 of them, including Tesla, Panasonic Gigafactory. Now we have 315 in the pipeline, of which 147 are active by the end of this year. So that trend is happening, and those battery plants really are being built where the cars are. Now, the question after that is how far from the mine do you go downstream? And you can be depending on the energy inputs and there's cost profiles, you could be going, Australia could be going as far down as making cathode and anode and shipping that material, right? And that's about as, if you really want to be in the business of batteries, you don't really want to be in the business of just battery cells. You want a business of quality battery cells, end market applications, or you want to be on the upstream. You don't really want to be stuck just in the middle, and therefore I think tying together mining with the chemical stage, lithium hydroxide, nickel sulfate, and uncoated spherical graphite, to then the next stage, which is cathodes and anodes, tying those in, providing you can get cheap and maybe low carbon energy, but cheap is first, unfortunately, then that makes complete sense for the battery supply chain. But then it will depend where the mines are. It could work in it could work in Australia, WA, and other states, but would it work in South America? Would it work in Canada? And so you have to take it horses for courses, whether you do tie the cathodes and anodes to the chemical stage.
Thank you, Simon. Amanda, Lynas does more value add than most mining companies in your supply chain. Can you share your views with us?
Yeah, sure. And as Simon's just said, there is, for each of these minerals, there is a whole ecosystem. So for rare earths, we do 5 stages of processing. We mine it, we beneficiate it into a concentrate, we crack it, we have solvent extraction phase. For those of you who are scientists, say I think nickel might have 13 solvent extraction phases. Our refinery in Malaysia has 943. So that gives you an idea of the complexity of what we do. And then we have product finishing where we create the separated oxides or carbonates which are sold. They're then made into metals. We do that via a toller. Then they're made into magnets, then they're made into motors, and then they're actually put into the vehicle. And so there are some of these activities which definitely need to be close to each other because logistics costs are important. And as we think about our primary competitor, which is Northern Rare Earths in China, they are fully integrated from mine to motor within a single industrial complex. So for us, understanding how we can manage our cost in a way that we can be competitive because, end users don't pay a premium is really important. For us at Lynas, we've chosen to process upstream close to the resource, so in Australia, downstream close to the customer, so in Asia, because our customers are all in East Asia today. We are taking something of a leap of faith, something of a field of dreams strategy to the US. build it and they will come. If there is a source of the raw material, then the ecosystem, we feel fairly confident, will build around it. Having said that, if we were betting our own balance sheet exclusively, it might not be the highest thing on our priority list, but with the partnership of the US government, it's certainly worth having a shot. So for us, as we bring more value adding onshore here into Australia, I must make the plea I make every time to government, which is, we're happy to run our business well, but we'd really like you to help by providing infrastructure that allows us to be successful. And I think that that's gone out of fashion in the past couple of decades, as a lot of the infrastructure has been privatised. But really, shared infrastructure is by definition going to be lower cost than if each of us invests in our own infrastructure separately. There are scale benefits. And so my plea to government is think about the infrastructure which is required for these value-added activities. In Kalgoorlie, it is about water, it is about power, but it is equally, as Kalgoorlie seeks to have a critical minerals processing hub, it's about reagents, it's about sulfuric acid, it's about hydrochloric acid, and it's about building that ecosystem and that capability. If we do that, we can win, because we're actually quite smart, right? But if we don't have that sort of shared infrastructure that allows us to be cost competitive, then I think there's a lot of investors that are going to do their dough in the years to come.
Yeah, Simon. And just that made me think, actually, from the inputs to lithium-ion batteries, what I've always described to people is it's difficult. There are a lot of bottlenecks. It's specialty chemical processing, but it's not rocket science. The stuff that Lynas does, for me, it's as close to rocket science as it gets. Like, rare earths is like really, really, really difficult. It's like it's probably the most extreme end of critical minerals, you know, getting them out the ground, getting them into the chemical form. I would say lithium, nickel, graphite kind of sit in the middle. So I just wanted to make that point.
Thank you, Simon. Yes, we often describe the fact that like rare earths are valuable because they're reactive metals, and they've been married in the world for about 2 billion years, the carbon dating says. And what we're doing is that we're forcing the divorce, and the divorce can be difficult.
I'd like to open to the floor for any questions you might have. Dr. Terazawa?
Thank you very much. I have a question to Dr. Watanabe. Today we have been discussing about the dominance of the solar panel market by China. And there are a number of people who are worried that the same can happen with batteries. How do you see the prospect of competition with the Chinese suppliers? What's your strategy? And what needs to be there to be able to compete and avoid the dominance we have seen in solar panel for batteries? What can come from the business? What do you ask of the governments to provide?
Okay, thank you, Terazawa-san. The one thing is we are focusing the battery technology focus on in the reliability and safety is one of the key points to the development. That we are challenged to always high energy density, including to safety. It's also one of the point to in our the advantage right now. And thinking for costs is really, in reality, it's a quite difficulty to that. So that there, all of the investment and market and the player exist in China. It's also really how to say, a good situation there, own region. So I think we have to build up the China and EU and North America is currently the three good region existed. We will make a force in the Pacific area. It's also provided each other to the investment and material and technology, all of the energy. It's so we have to make some commitment. It's one of the opportunity to future technologies. And in this now, we have to drive into the future technology, future energy technology, introduce, including to the new investment. It's also one of the key points to the future competitiveness. I believe that. Yeah.
Microphone. Wait for the microphone.
Dr. Watanabe, a simple question, because it's probably not out of the goodness of your heart that you are, and potentially we all feel this way being at this conference, but why are emissions important to you? So you said that you can control 14% of your emissions in the supply chain, I think it was. But is it because you're being asked by the auto manufacturers to reduce emissions, for example? And then a second sort of a related question. The nickel market is in a sort of a deficit at the moment, but it might be in oversupply within the next few years with Indonesian projects coming online, which are not synonymous with ESG friendliness. Would you avoid, in philosophically, buying from a mine in Indonesia, for example? Just two questions. Thanks.
Firstly, to I described to the carbon footprint point of view. It's the battery manufacturer can reduce just only the 14%, and the residual 86% is supply chain, and in reality 40% comes from the cathode. It's nickel mine and the lithium and the synthesis of some several processes. And the thinking for the in this process is in more in Canada, for example, they are introducing to the electric power mining and very small the hydrogen generation power 100%. It's also really lower CFP material they can provide. So we are focusing into future the structure to the carbon footprint. It's introducing is important. So that's why the next challenge we are searching to the which is the best way to do that. And second one is we are noticing to the recycled material is a really lower carbon footprint because of that we are finding to the the already existed high content nickel is cobalt existed everywhere. So that's why there's so many recycle project or company born in the North America right now. So and also the big manufacturer for the gigafactory battery manufacturer. Unfortunately, we have so many scrap existed. This is very confidence supply to the recycle. So that's also basically the next step is also very important. It's also such a kind of recycling. It's also combination, and we are using again. It's also kind of the future approach. It's needed. So we have to think timeline. It's also we already have to decide. It's a 2026 and 2027 business. Already we have to decide right now. And in the future, 2030 and after that, it's also in time we have to develop to next stage. It's also future, that including recycling the total supply chain. It's also we can challenge it. So the new, the expanding, the develop and supply chain, we can build up right now. It's also timing for the development, I think.
Any other questions?
Thanks, Vincent Algar, Australian Vanadium. Simon and the panel, you mentioned right at the beginning, Simon, that gap between project development for the mining and the resource sector versus the downstream side. Having mentioned that, I'm going to throw it back and ask you to solve the problem for us by giving us a solution to that, and then the rest of the panel can help as well.
Yes, Simon.
What was the question again? Can you?
How are you going to solve the development timetable for the mines to get faster?
Well, you can probably say a 10-year horizon could be cut to probably 5 years if things like permitting were sped up. Now, this is not my world. All I hear is, if I'm in the US, I hear permitting, permitting, permitting. If I'm over here, permitting, 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 environmental permits especially. And it's as simple as that, right? If you can somehow cut the timeline significantly on those without cutting the quality, then I think that would be a huge debottlenecking exercise to this. But this is probably one for you, Amanda.
I absolutely agree with you. Our facility in Kalgoorlie had major project status with the federal government, lead agency status with the Western Australian government, and absolute priority support from the Kalgoorlie-Boulder City Council. And we're building a factory that we know the technology, that we have the information. It's not a spreadsheet. It took us 18 months to get approval to actually start construction. So that gives you a sense of the challenges, and ended up with sort of like, well, if we've got to make no, I won't tell that story. It would be improper. But certainly, I think that we don't have to start everything like we're starting with a clean sheet of paper. We know stuff. We actually know stuff, and we can work to use that information. When you talk about the challenges of energy transformation on remote sites, for us to put a hybrid renewable power station at Mount Weld, we will first of all have to get approval to increase our disturbance envelope, and the very, very, very best that we could forecast that will take is 12 months. That's one of the reasons why we will make the transition to a gas-fired power, because otherwise we're signing on to at least another 2 to 3 years of diesel emissions, right? But not driven by our desire to execute, but actually driven by ability to execute within the approval system. So Simon, 100% on your side. It's a lot about approvals, and then some about technology and capability as well.
So we've pretty much coming to the end of time for this panel, and I just want to summarise some of the challenges that we face here. Dr. Terazawa showed us the scale of the demand that's required over the next 10 to 20 years. In parallel to that, there is an expectation that we produce these minerals in an environmentally sustainable way, and we decarbonise these supply chains. And normally the net effect of those three drivers is cost and capital up. And so this is not a business as usual scaling of supply chains. We are not going to be able to cookie cutter our way to achieve those sort of demand profiles. And so to do that, it's going to require technologists, operating mining companies, as well as governments to really collaborate on things like permitting timeframes, technology and supply chains to be able to get anywhere near the demand profile that's expected to decarbonise our energy supply chains. So with that, I want to thank our three wonderful panellists. That was extremely informative. Thank you very much.
And Alan, thank you so much for chairing that discussion. We're going to have a tea break now for about 15 minutes, and then we'll have our final session of the afternoon before we break ahead of dinner. So we'll see you back in 15 minutes. at 5 to 4. Thank you.
The delivery mechanism for decarbonising the energy system is technology. That clean energy transition is essential.
Technologies today which are under development but not yet part of the market. So therefore governments need to push the button of innovation to make those technologies ready for the markets at least around 2030.
So if we get the technology investment right and we have functioning markets, you will see the oil, coal and gas exit the system.
One way to deal with this is through innovation. And this is one of the technologies that can be helpful. Just imagine these film solar power generation put on the windows, the walls, on bridges where you don't have a flat surface, on top of automobiles or the trains. This technology could substantially increase the power generation through solar power.
Australia has an amazing opportunity in this transition. We have the science and technology talent. We have the raw materials. We just need to harness our innovation ability, and we can turn those two assets into making Australia a global energy superpower.
If we're spending all this money on fossil fuel and we're just smoking it, we're just wasting it. Why don't we take that money and put it into capital where we can make our own fuels? Or invest in other companies who can make fuels for us.
And it's going to be really important that we get the innovators to the table, which again means that they need the information, the same information utilities have, the same information that governments have, so that we can make sure that we're able to make the decisions that we need to, but also that they could see what the problems are and we can get these great new technologies into the market.
We're now having huge modern trucks built for us, but without drivetrains. So they're coming to us without engines. We're going to replace those with hydrogen fuel cells and batteries, and then run that fleet with zero pollution. So granular steps, that'll take 250 million litres out of our budget as well.
These supply chains are opaque, and it's difficult to get the information to build the digital twins of the supply chains.
Globally, worldwide, utilities will tell you that the information that they have, even about their own systems, is incomplete, it's inconsistent, and it's inaccurate. And maybe that didn't matter as much when we were using large generation, but when we start moving to a decarbonized grid, having accurate information all the time is going to be critical.
There are two main roles that digital technology plays in clean energy supply chains. The first one is transparency and making visible the opportunities and the risks associated with these supply chains. The second one is efficiency, and this allows us to find opportunities to improve the productivity of these supply chains.
And the other piece is the whole idea that we can now start learning from each other and using artificial intelligence, cloud computing, so that we can much more quickly make decisions. It's too slow for us to do it individually, and we need to get to scale. And by digitalizing the grid, getting the information available, having that single source of truth, and people can understand where to put the resources in the most effective way, in the most cost-efficient way, so that we can decarbonize more quickly.
just on top of this stand.
Thanks, everybody. If you can make your way back to your tables. And we really appreciate your stamina in this very packed day that we have set for you, but I know the interest here remains high. Thanks, everyone. If you can come back in. And our thanks to our panelists. Thanks, everyone. Thanks to our panelists who have already joined us up on stage for our third session. Thanks, everyone. If you can settle down and take your seats. We're tackling now hydrogen and ammonia. Joining us, Mr. Yoshinori Kanahana, Chairman of Kawasaki Heavy Industries. Mr. Toshifumi Watanabe, the CEO of J-Power, and Ms. Greta Stevens, the Chief Executive Climate Change for BlueScope. Thanks, everyone. If you can find your seats. We are now going to examine the trajectory of hydrogen production and demand, both globally and in the region. And very ably, this is going to be chaired by Sean Gregory, the EVP Woodside. Sean currently leads Woodside's new energy division and has decades of experience covering exploration, geoscience, technology, and sustainability. So please make them all welcome.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for joining us on this panel on hydrogen and ammonia. Mr. Terazawa, thank you so much for your opening comments about the role of hydrogen and ammonia in this very important energy sector. So I'd just like to build on what he opened with around some of the context of why hydrogen and ammonia, and I'd like to start with the customer first. So what is it that we're going to be using hydrogen for, or ammonia, in energy consumption? And if we kind of look at, I know when we sat back sort of 4 or 5 years ago at Woodside and kind of thought about where are the sectors going to start using new energy products first. And one of the sectors that we looked at was the heavy transportation sector, the use of diesel. And it was very clear that a signpost was triggered 5, 6 years ago when the truck manufacturers started diverting all of their research efforts, all of their research money away from diesel engines into hydrogen fuel cells. And that was a clue as an energy provider that we're going to have to pivot ourselves because diesel isn't going to be the fuel of the future, it's going to be in hydrogen. The next question came, in what form? Is it going to be in gaseous hydrogen? Is it going to be in liquid hydrogen? Or is it going to be in a byproduct like bonded with nitrogen in ammonia form, or any other variant? And I think our answer was, it probably doesn't matter which of those. It will depend on the customer end use, and we're going to have to develop supply chains in all of them potentially. But we need to start with those that are going to have the biggest impact first. And so, we kind of looked at, okay, how are we going to convert the supply chain of that renewable energy that we've been speaking about all day? And how do we move it from the great location here in Australia and with all its blessed resources to some of the big consumption markets that we traditionally have in the Indo-Pacific region for existing commodities like LNG? So we're going to have to move it in some form, and how are we going to create that? And that is part of the topic today around the challenges of replacing what is a 100-year-old supply chain, or an LNG 50 years old supply chain that's highly efficient, very robust, very safe. We're going to have to do that in 25 years or less. And that is the big challenge, because every aspect of that supply chain is going to need innovation and transformation. And so one of the things that is probably first on the agenda, and I'm going to ask my first panel member to kind of talk about. Kawasaki has been leading the development with its partners to demonstrate the world's first liquid hydrogen ship transport. And so I'd ask Mr. Kanazawa to speak about that.
Yep, Johnson, thank you for your kind introduction. Does that work? Oops. Doesn't work? Can you see this? Can we see the slide? Okay. Oops. Going too far. Huh? Oh, can we back to the first, please? Okay, thank you. I pressed many times. Kawasaki's endeavor in the hydrogen industry grounded in our rich history and experience in manufacturing some of the world's most innovative products. Since Kawasaki first delivered a liquefied hydrogen storage tank to the JAXA, it's the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, the Tanegashima Space Center more than 30 years ago, the company has continued innovating and looking to the future. Our drive for innovation extends across every stage of the hydrogen energy supply chain, from production to transportation, storage, and utilization. Using learnings from our decades-long experience in the LNG industry, we are now leading the world in the development of core technologies such as hydrogen liquefiers, liquefied hydrogen storage tanks, liquefied hydrogen carriers, hydrogen loading and unloading terminals, and hydrogen-fueled gas turbines. Like the growth of the hydrogen industry, the deployment of Kawasaki's innovation is proceeding at great speed. I'd like to take this time to showcase some of our latest technologies, which we believe will underpin future clean energy supply chain in the Indo-Pacific. Suiso means hydrogen in Japanese, and we are extremely proud to have built the world's first liquefied hydrogen carrier, the Swiss Frontier, which is attracting attention from around the world. We have a miniature version of a scale model in front of our meeting room. This specialized vessel has a double-shelled and vacuum-insulated tank that holds liquefied hydrogen at the cryogenic temperature of minus 253 degrees C. We use liquefied hydrogen as a carrier because the liquefaction process reduces the volume dramatically, which is ideal for mass transportation and storage. It is non-toxic and can leverage the experience in LNG operations. With the support of Japanese, Australian, and Victorian governments, our consortium of project partners successfully used the Swiss Frontier to complete a pilot demonstration project for an integrated liquefied hydrogen supply chain between Australia and Japan. I'm pleased to have my colleague Watanabe-san here at J-Power played a key role with us in delivering this hydrogen energy supply chain. We call it the HESC pilot project. In January 2022, the Swiss Frontier arrived in Port of Hastings. HESC project partners, together with representatives from the Australian, Victorian, and Japanese governments, and distinguished guests attended a special event for its arrival on 21st January 2022. HESC project hydrogen produced in Australia through a coal gasification process using a mix of Latrof Valley coal and biomass, was then liquefied and loaded onto the Swiss frontier at Hastings, Victoria, for transportation to Kobe. With this precious cargo, the Swiss frontier arrived at the port of Kobe in February 2022 and safely unloaded the Australian-produced hydrogen. This marked the successful completion of the HESC pilot project and makes the HESC project the most advanced hydrogen project in Australia and the first project in the world to make, liquefy, and transport liquefied hydrogen by sea. We also held a celebration to make a successful completion of the HESC pilot operations in Kobe, Japan, on the 9th April 2022, with the attendance of the Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida. One of the things that has made the HESC project so successful to date has been the support of the Japanese and Australian governments. Just as the Australian-Japanese partnership created the LNG export industry in the 1980s, the HESC partnership is the cutting edge of creating new technology, cleaner energy, and jobs for both countries. We are now turning our attention to commercial scale supply chains. It is anticipated that a commercial scale HESC project would produce up to 225,000 tons of liquefied hydrogen per year in the 2030s using a CCS solutions provided by Australian and Victorian government CarbonNet project. We are currently working to gradually scale up facilities over the next several years through commercialization demonstration activities to maximize the potential for full commercial operation in the 2030s and mitigate potential financial and technical risks as we increase scale. As a part of it, we are developing a commercial scale vessel. We have successfully obtained an approval from Class NK for designing a large-scale carrier and a cargo containment system with 4 liquefied hydrogen tanks. Separate to the HESC project, Japan Suiso Energy, our affiliate company, have also been awarded support from the Japanese government's Green Innovation Fund, a large-scale liquefied hydrogen supply chain in the 2020s, which will allow us to accelerate commercialization activities to be conducted. We are currently undertaking feasibility studies to identify the most appropriate project structure and allocation of this funding. We are also focusing on the use of hydrogen and have been demonstrating a gas turbine cogeneration system using hydrogen. This June, we have successfully generated electricity using our 100% hydrogen-fueled gas turbine that uses hydrogen produced in Latrof Valley and transported to Japan. Kawasaki are fully focused and committed to develop the necessary hydrogen technology of the supply chain and committed to develop the necessary hydrogen technology of hydrogen commercialization. I'm truly convinced that this will deliver a new clean hydrogen industry to the world for the benefit of our environment and for the sustainable future of generation to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Kana-san, and for that perspective, and congratulations. It's such an important milestone because a lot of times you'll hear, oh, we can't transport liquid hydrogen, and the consortium has just demonstrated that we've got a pilot ship now, and now we're looking for that commercial scale-up opportunity. And importantly, for the density of that energy, just as a perspective for the audience, like a heavy fuel cell truck with gaseous hydrogen can go about 300 kilometres in range, which is probably okay for tight townships in Europe, but not the distances in Australia. Liquid hydrogen on board is 1,000 kilometres of range. And that is a big technology change that we need to commercialise in order to be able to replace that diesel product. Because I think in the previous panel, customers, they aren't going to pay $1 more. Not only that, they actually don't want to go backwards in technology and convenience, and hence the importance of liquid hydrogen. But you ended that presentation on the power sector and the demonstration of liquid hydrogen into the power sector. So let's shift over to Mr. Watanabe, CEO of J-Power, for his perspective on power generation and the future for hydrogen.
Thank you, Sean, for the kind introduction. And does it work? No. Okay, I'm going to continue. Okay. Thank you very much. First, I'm very delighted to be here with all of you today. Let me begin with a brief introduction of J-Power, my company. We are a power producer and a supplier with a capacity of 26 gigawatt, 18 gigawatt in Japan and 8 gigawatt in other countries. Our long relationship with Australia, which began with the investment in coal after oil crisis in 1970s for import to Japan, is now more than 40 years old. Recently, we have been expanding our presence here by participating in renewable energies and pumped storage project, and by exploring hydrogen and ammonia development. We have many coal-fired power plants in Japan and gas-fired power plants in other countries, so we have a keen interest in the use of hydrogen and ammonia for energy transition. Given that context, I'd like to touch upon a few points from the perspectives in the power sector. The first, in order to ensure stable electricity supply and achieve carbon neutrality, we need breakthroughs in technologies as well as in supply chains to support those technologies. Who knows what events might unfold between now and 2030, let alone 2050. Given this context, given this uncertainty, we need to maintain and develop a variety of technologies and pursue a range of technological options. Having access to more diverse technologies will contribute to greater security and resilience and sustainability in supply chains. J-Power, my company, will seek to play a key role in efforts by the power sector in that regard. Among future technologies, hydrogen and ammonia are promising options, although these are still challenges to overcome in commercializing them for power generation. Please look at slide 3. Is it? Okay. Good. With the support of the government of Japan, we have been conducting a demonstration project for hydrogen production and usage. Under this project, we produce carbon monoxide and hydrogen by gasifying coal with oxygen. The carbon monoxide and hydrogen are then supplied to a gas turbine to produce up to 166 megawatt of electricity through the turbine. Already, in the previous stage of this demonstration, we achieved a 35% hydrogen co-firing rate in the turbine. In the current stage, we are adding fuel cell power generation to the existing combined cycle system, and this will utilize hydrogen produced by this project. Please look at slide 4. This is the last slide, I'm sorry. Technology for producing hydrogen through coal gasification was also demonstrated in the hydrogen energy supply chain pilot project, which Mr. Kanehana-san has already mentioned. There will be many ways for production of hydrogen and ammonia. We are all aware that the international value chain for these low carbon fuels is still its infancy. So J-Power wishes to be involved in the construction of various parts of this new value chain. We do not want to limit our role to simply being a purchaser of hydrogen and ammonia. Recalling the building of the seaborne coal value chain between Australia and Japan about 60 years ago, or that of the LNG value chain, we are now at the same stage for the hydrogen and ammonia value chain. We are also developing other relevant technologies, including CCUS and co-firing of coal with ammonia and biomass. These technologies could contribute to decarbonizing existing thermal power plant while ensuring the stable supply of electricity and increasing power system flexibility. I believe it is important to keep pursuing a range of technologies and to work on developing them for practical application. Developing these technologies and advancing them and building a new international hydrogen and ammonia value chain on a commercial scale cannot be done by one company alone. It will require various partners, including everyone gathered here today. Mutual understandings and collaboration in building this new value chain is essential, as well as support from the relevant governments. Australia will be a good partner of international value chain in this context. Again, this mirrors our experience 40 years ago. That's all from me. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Watanabe-san. Yes, I agree. It might be in its infancy, but might be a moment to touch on scale. As Watanabe-san said, you successfully coal-fired hydrogen in a gas turbine. A lot of others are also experimenting and proving up co-firing ammonia in a coal boiler. And 20% co-firing in one coal boiler is the equivalent of 0.5 million tonnes of ammonia per year. There is generally 4 coal boilers per coal-fired power station. That's 2 million tonnes of ammonia per year. A world-scale sized ammonia plant is 1 million tonnes. So 20% in one coal-fired power station is double the size of the world-scale ammonia production. And that would require gigawatts of green power to power that. And so when you start to add it up to how many coal-fired power stations, you can see the scale suddenly goes from infancy to dramatic in a very short period of time. So thanks for that perspective. Maybe to turn to a completely different customer, one in the steel sector. And so I'll hand over to Ms. Greta Stevens, Chief Executive Climate Change at BlueScope, for a different customer's perspective on hydrogen supply chain.
Thank you very much, Sean. I think one of the things that's not good about going last in the day is everyone's already said what you're going to say. But the good thing about going last in the day is that it shows you how many of the issues are exactly the same, even though we're in very different sectors. So shared issues, in particular the need for breakthrough technology at scale and the build-out of a commercial scale hydrogen supply chain is absolutely necessary for the decarbonisation of the steel industry worldwide. When BlueScope, my company, articulated our net zero goal for 2050, that's a difficult thing to do when the technology that you need hasn't been invented yet. So we articulated 5 key enablers, and I've talked about 2 of them already: breakthrough technology and a commercial scale hydrogen industry. That hydrogen industry needs to be underpinned by vast quantities, as you've said, Sean, of renewable energy and competitively priced for an internationally priced commodity. In addition, we need the right quality of raw materials, and that includes scrap iron, but also the right quality of iron ore, which I may touch on later, and the policy settings, public policy settings, as a number of people have already touched on. Predictable, enduring policy to de-risk investment, but also things such as the continued support of our R&D sector, and a shout out for the CSIRO representatives in the room. We need to make sure we've got that pre-competitive research environment going. So while I represent steelmakers today, I think I could equally speak for another of other major industrials or hard-to-abate sectors. So it's all these common issues that make this theme of collaboration we've been talking about today so incredibly important as we pursue low or zero emission steel. So we know, similar to what you said, we can't solve this one by ourselves or on our own, so we're working on through our steel value chain with a range of other partners and joining forces to work on how we can build out that. And so it's a very exciting time, and I feel quite positive about the future, but I will pause to throw in a quick reality check about green steel. I mentioned to someone over here earlier, green steel is far more popular in the headlines, or more common in the headlines, than it is in the wild. There is no green steel. There is no commercial green steel being made anywhere in the world. There are very small quantities being made at pilot scale only, and I applaud those projects. They're doing brilliant work for us, but it is at a very low technology readiness level, very small scale, and a long way to go. But we're not sitting on our hands waiting for it to happen. We want to help create that future, and that's why we're pursuing partnerships and projects to explore the practical industrial application of hydrogen in Australia and New Zealand in steelmaking. In Australia, we're working with our colleagues at Rio Tinto to explore the direct reduction of the Pilbara iron ores with hydrogen to create iron with zero CO2 footprint. We're also collaborating with Shell, where our initial focus is to explore the construction of a 10 megawatt electrolyser at our Port Kembla Steelworks, and a number of people here may visit that on the hydrogen tour on Thursday. And with Shell, we're also collaborating with the government, private enterprise and research institutions on a vision to develop a hydrogen hub in the Illawarra. And the vision there is for a hydrogen ecosystem which is supported by additional renewable energy infrastructure that's shared between BlueScope and other industries in multiple sectors, including heavy transport and shipping, manufacturing, including, as we've heard so much today, the ability to manufacture things in Australia that we don't make already, such as components for wind turbines. We only have one wind turbine manufacturer in Australia, down in Portland in Victoria, and it's too expensive to ship them up north. Also looking to create in that ecosystem, we've got other people looking at hydrogen power generation and natural gas blending. And this is what we believe we bring to the table is the power of that large offtake that we do, once the technology is invented, have the opportunity to be sort of a foundation customer for hydrogen in that region.
Thanks, Greta. I think you bring up a really valid point, and I'm going to ask the panel just one question about government and then throw to the audience, so get your questions ready. The greening of these sectors initially is more expensive, and I think it's been well said before, customers are pretty unwilling to pay a premium for that. As I look at some of the lessons learned from colleagues in the United States and Europe, low carbon fuel subsidies are clearly a government instrument that has helped decarbonise the transport sector. But as we kind of look at these international energy supply chains and the steel supply chain, what do you think the role of government is in assisting bridging this gap between today's reality and the scale-up hope to bring the costs down? Maybe I'll start with you, Greta.
Sure. I think just to give you an idea of scale, for us at the moment, Port Kembla Steelworks has only just over 100 megawatts of draw from the grid. In a fully hydrogen DRI future, it would be 15 times that. We'd need 1.5 gigawatts of electrolyzers, so multiply that up by the amount of renewable energy. So we keep talking about not underestimating the scale of investment required. So, we see a role for governments to accelerate that switch through de-risking and lowering of the cost of network investment and enabling those new energy sources and infrastructure to be integrated into the market at the rate required. And at the same time, with a role for government to ensure lowest cost firmed renewable energy for the manufacturers that are producing the components that we need. For hydrogen-based steelmaking economics to stand up, the hydrogen industry in Australia needs to be producing at less than the $2 per kilo aspirational target. And it needs to be produced at the point of use, given the expense that we've heard about in terms of storage and transport. So, right now, with projections of $90 to $100 per megawatt hour for wholesale electricity, and those projections out for the next 10 years don't seem to be dropping off, something needs to give. So to be able to invest in a forward-facing way and to get this hydrogen industry up, we need to be able to move towards lower cost wholesale electricity.
We've got two representatives here from Japan. The Japanese government has been very forward-leaning, and so maybe their perspectives jointly. I'll start with Watanabe-san around the role that Japan has taken, in particular Japanese leadership.
Please allow me to use Japanese, so the interpreter will translate it. 日本で私どもの会社は日本で発電事業をやってるわけですけれども、発電事業をやっていく中でやはり電気事業を続けながら、電気の供給を続けながらトランジションしていくということになると、やはり一番現実的なのはアンモニアにしても水素にしてもそうですけれども、まず混焼というところから始まります。で、それをこれからも追求していきたいと思っています。
So we are in the power sector, and we are a utility company. So the number one priority for us is stable power supply. While maintaining that stable power supply, we need to transition ourselves. So realistically speaking, for us to do so, we have to start from coal-firing. So we have to look at coal-firing of ammonia and hydrogen with coal. That is the first step that we take, and that will be the approach that we will be pursuing.
そういう企業の努力をですね、政府の方からは例えば、キャペックスが相当かかるケースが出たりしますから、それを電力市場の中で回収するような仕組み、あるいは場合によっては容量市場であるとか、そういう新しい仕組みを入れることによって、またその市場の監視コントロールをうまくすることによって、こういう新しい取り組みをですね、促進することが必要になってくると思います。
So companies will be pursuing the transition, but there will be a lot of capex required, and for that, government will need to support the private sector. And in doing so, what the government can do is to manage the electricity market and also look at new mechanisms, for example, looking at capacity market. There needs to be a role for the government to play in supervising the environment.
と言いますのは、大概の国、日本もそうなんですけれども、自由化の方が先に来てますから、マーケットが非常に競争的になっておりまして、こういう新しい取り組みをうまくそのキャペックスからオペックスを回収できるような仕組みというのを多分これから急いで作っていかないといけないというふうに思います。
If I may just add one more point, and that is as in the case for Japan, and I'm sure this is the case for many other countries, market liberalization took hold first. So in such market environment, it is very competitive. But there needs to be a mechanism where companies will be able to cover their capex and opex, and that the government can play a role.
Thank you, Watanabe. Kane-san, anything to add to that?
Yeah, Watanabe-san pretty much covered my comment, but the one of the things the HESC project was so successful was the big support from Japanese and Australian government. And the preparation from many years back between Australia and Japan made this project successful. And the next step is, as I explained, Green Innovation Fund. Also, we need a big support from the Japanese and the Australian government. Both, the Watanabe-san mentioned, the Green Innovation Fund is for just helping the capex. However, once we produce the hydrogen, at the beginning, the cost of the hydrogen may be more expensive than compared to the fossil fuel. So we need the OPEX help from the government also. So the volume, the many people says the quantity, large quantity of the production of hydrogen will reduce the cost. And this cannot be done by a single company or a single country. We need a collaboration worldwide to increase the volume of hydrogen that will reduce the cost.
So if I kind of summarize where some of the learnings we've had in this early infancy has been the government's role in assisting in the capital of sort of commercial and technical pilots, and the contract for difference in some of the OPEX, and then some funding in those early years to help with the initial burden. So great insights. Maybe questions from the floor. One over here.
Hi, I'm Fiona Simon, CEO of the Australian Hydrogen Council, and thanks so much for speaking with us today. I just, well, first of all, obviously I'm pro-hydrogen. It's an enormous opportunity, and I also would recommend to people to have a look at the IRENA report that came out this week that was talking about the manufacturing opportunities that are available for the countries that can do things on site with renewable electricity. But I just wanted to take you a bit further into that discussion around those gigawatts that are required. So for those of you who are in green hydrogen, we know that there will be many, many gigawatts of electricity required for your future businesses in making that, in making or using that in industry. How concerned are you that those gigawatts might not materialise in time? And what does in time mean for you? Because we know that, we're talking about kit with a very long life. There's, these are some of the uses that might not come about for a while. But what commitments do you need to see now about, the electricity will happen? And I guess I'm putting that through the policy lens of the opportunity to speak to all those policymakers here, so that we can understand that all the claims on that renewable electricity into the future might create a sort of a natural constraint when we have to build it all. So just wondering what your perspective on that is.
Yeah, it's a great question. We've actually, we've thought a lot about that. Certainly a lot of Woodside's designs for hydrogen facilities, there's a kind of a minimum you kind of need to get to in order to kind of pay back that capex, and that's where the collaboration with companies like Kawasaki and J-Power and BlueScope for offtake is hugely important to get that critical mass done. But then we really do recognise that, okay, so to get to, let's say, scale of 8 gigawatts, for example, for a fully built out hydrogen plant, you're not going to do that in one go. And so we would look to build that incrementally in sort of 250 megawatts or 300 megawatt increments that kind of match a general easier to build wind farm or solar facility with transmission, and not end up kind of distorting the renewable market and building them every 6 months. It's one of the things from an oil and gas point of view we wanted to avoid when we went into new energy. Let's not make the mistakes of the past and have to spend $12 billion in one go. Let's try and stagger that investment every 6 months, 9 months, 12 months. It also helps match the supply chain at the other end, because it's not all going to turn 22 gigawatts or 10 gigawatts on in one go. They need to, at the other end, change their coal boilers, and they're going to do that incrementally as well. So I think it's trying to get enough in that first instance, and then incremental production, both from electrolyzers, renewable power, and the customer back end. Does anyone want to add to that?
As I explained, the Green Innovation Fund we had from the government, Japanese government. We start from the Australian site. We are planning 100 tons per day of hydrogen. But the chicken and egg situation, who's going to use 100 tons per day of hydrogen? So we are partnering many companies in Japan. I cannot tell the name yet, but so the many companies eager to use hydrogen. So we match the quantity of this hydrogen production and usage, then start from that. And there are various ways from renewable or the HESC project is a brown coal, gasification by Watanabe-san's company. So there are various methods to produce hydrogen. So if we increase the volume, we had a partner who want to use and increase the volume, and then we find out how to make, where to produce hydrogen. So this kind of the incremental process will be very much important, I think.
Question in the far left. Oh, sorry, one here. Go.
Sean, excellent panel. Jeffrey Goldmere from General Electric. I want to take this to the bigger picture as we think about Indo-Pacific supply chains, and we think about Australia as being the energy exporter for the Indo-Pacific region, with demand for hydrogen or ammonia or other, call them clean or low carbon or zero carbon fuels, whether it be Japan, Korea. They become dependent on infrastructure. It's not just the local infrastructure of producing the hydrogen or ammonia here. It's the ships, it's the ports, the pipelines. And my question is about timing, because this is not just about the timing of the demand need, but the ability to build out that infrastructure. And we see goals of 2025, 2030, 2035. Will the supply chain infrastructure be ready to deliver the quantities of fuel that governments are targeting? Because as I think about this, we almost have to be building that infrastructure out today, right? The ports, the ships, in order to deliver that much fuel. I'm curious the panel's view of, are we seeing alignment between these ESG goals and when the infrastructure has to be built out? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. Thanks, Jeffrey. Opened with the HESC project and demonstrating part of what the challenge is in that supply chain network, the ships, we didn't even talk about the difficulties with loading and unloading a cryogenic fuel. But to some degree, again, as an industry, we are lifting the lessons from the past. So we developed the entire LNG infrastructure from ships to loading to offloading to end use. We just do have to do it quicker, and I think tackling it incrementally this time is going to be, because the suppliers, the OEM suppliers, the truck suppliers for just end use aren't ready. Your GE turbine manufacturer, where is that for 100% hydrogen burn? So all of these things point to it's not going to be a light switch that turns on in this industry. It's going to be a gradual climb. But what I look forward to and encourage everyone in the room is get onto this climb, because it will be exponential by the time we get to the 2030s, because that is what we will need. In this 2020s, it's an incremental improvement in building out the supply chain, but by the 2030s, we have to be on an exponential curve. And unfortunately, with that, we are getting the wrap-up time, so please join me in thanking the panel for their commentary.
Can we keep this mic on? Okay, we have got the lectern back. And please thank Sean for that excellent facilitation and really just the scale and scope is just quite extraordinary. So thank you very much to our panelists. Am I back on here? No. I'm going to share... No, I'm off here now. I'm going to share with you some riveting and exciting news, such as the power of our connections with government. We are going to be closing off Pitt Street, closing of an entire street for this forum to get you, because we had those logistical supply chain problems with lunch, to get you to our dinner. So if you can all be downstairs at 20 to 6, it'll give you a 40-minute break by the time we've wrapped up here, 45-minute break, and then the buses will be ready to take you to the Shangri-La, where I'm sure you're all going to enjoy a pre-dinner drink. You have certainly earned it. But not too many, folks. We've got another big day tomorrow. But now let's get to this afternoon's closing remarks. William Lin is the Executive Vice President for Regions, Cities and Solutions BP. He has worked for BP for 27 years, holding senior management roles across the globe, and he brings extensive knowledge in international energy markets and the broader industry towards our cleaner technology shift. So please, to sum up the day, make him very, very welcome, William Lin.
Good afternoon, everyone. Beverly, thank you for the kind introduction. My thanks to the Australian government for the invitation to speak today. I'd like to acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation and recognize their continuing connection to land, waters, and culture. And I pay my respects to their elders, past, present, and emerging. So I have the unenviable task of standing between you and pre-dinner drinks and trying to sum up what has been a great afternoon and a very distinguished 3 sets of panelists with very, very interesting insights. Please forgive me. I'll do my best to summarize and then add my own comments and thoughts. We started first by hearing about low-cost renewables, and I think what we heard was there's an opportunity and a need to scale up further, particularly on solar, to capture cost synergies and meet the net zero demand of the world. The panelists offered great examples of how the industry can continue to invest in innovation to bring down the cost of renewables, both solar and wind, and how governments actually can play a very key role to promote investments in local supply chain manufacturing. Given the current renewable manufacturing supply chains are highly concentrated geographically, we need to more deliberately diversify production to ensure supply chain flexibility and resilience as we scale up and manage any associated costs for this and look at it, as the minister said, a value trade-off. And we also talked about the importance, and there's a theme here around partnerships and collaboration intra-regional, and seeing if we can take advantage of that to make our supply chains more resilient around renewables. Then there was a great discussion around batteries and critical materials. It is clear that there will be significant growing demand for batteries, particularly for EVs, and consequently for critical materials. The production and processing operations are highly concentrated in a small number of countries, making them vulnerable to geopolitical risks and potential price volatility. And we heard about the disconnect between supply and demand, between sellers and buyers. Similar as before, diversification of the supply chain end-to-end will be an imperative, as well as we talked about reducing carbon emissions and decarbonization in the extraction of minerals and the production of batteries. We talked about the vertical integration along the value chain and possible co-location, again, to try to diversify and drive down costs. And then the final panel, we heard about the tremendous potential for hydrogen and ammonia to decarbonize hard-to-abate sectors like steel, as well as heavy transport and power generation. But we also heard about the existing challenges around the infrastructure needed to generate it and transport it, and even use it at scale. Scaling up a resilient hydrogen supply chain will require significant investment, innovation, and collaboration to make it economically viable, which will also need a tremendous amount of government support. I've got a few further thoughts to add into the mix on these subjects. On the opportunities for this region, the multiple pathways and solutions available, and some ways we can deliver them together. So starting with opportunity, I'm excited by what I see in this region. I experienced it firsthand working here in Asia Pacific when I led our business here in Asia Pacific for 6 years. And particularly with Australia, we have a country with the potential to provide zero carbon solutions to the Indo-Pacific region and also to export it to the world. That's important, as one thing we all agree is the world needs and wants more low carbon energy. That energy needs to be affordable, it needs to be secure, and it needs to be reliable. And that's been brought into sharp focus by the Russia-Ukraine war, by the extreme weather events that we've also had here in Australia, where government intervention has been required to literally keep the lights on. It goes to show that energy security cannot be taken for granted, even in mature and established markets. And this comes at a time when energy demand is shifting and increasing across the world as populations continue to grow. And among all the trends, there are three that really stand out to me as we look out to the next few decades. One is that the world still needs oil and gas. Its use is declining, but it's still important in providing affordable and secure energy. Two is the rapid expansion of renewables and electrification. And three is the need for a range of low-carbon energy sources and technologies that could have diverse and resilient supply chains. The Indo-Pacific has the potential for all of that, and therefore help with the energy trilemma the world faces, the need for clean, affordable, and secure energy. I say that because it still has a great base of oil and gas reserves. It just needs to be produced cleanly and with fewer emissions, and potentially uncrack CCUS to enable that. It's got an abundance of renewables potential due to some of the best solar and wind amenity in the world. And the region is blessed with the opportunity to produce some of the new fuels and technologies we heard about today, like hydrogen and ammonia and biofuels. It can generate all of this, and more importantly, it has the market for it as well. It can complete the value chain inside of its own region. Supply has to go with demand, and Indo-Pacific has both, the resources and the customers. Knowing all of this, I believe the region can be a powerhouse in the energy transition. After all, today, the region accounts for 40% of the world's GDP. It's where 6 out of 10 people on the planet live, and it's projected to be the largest contributor to global growth in the next 30 years. And let's not forget the transitioning energy system of a multi-trillion-dollar opportunity. And that opportunity exists, and there is also the will of governments and businesses who have set emissions targets. High emitters like BP are also taking action. We've set our own net zero 2050 ambition with supporting measures a little over 2 years ago. We've recently accelerated those measures. We believe we are unique in setting targets to be net zero across operations, production, and sales. Our targets include an unprecedented 40% reduction in our oil and gas production by 2030. We're focusing on the very best barrels with the highest margins and fewest emissions. By 2025, we will be allocating 40% of our capital to low-carbon businesses such as wind, solar, bioenergy, and hydrogen. We are also advocating for policies in support of net zero in countries where we do business and beyond. But this is not about who's doing that and who's doing this. The important thing is we all have an ambition and we're all in action. And that's why these kind of forums are so important in helping to share thoughts and learnings and help us all drive actions and accelerate to a common net zero objective. But plans can also be different. That's my second point. There are multiple pathways to get to net zero and many solutions to consider. We've heard about some of them today: low-cost renewables, batteries, and hydrogen and ammonia. The potential for each of these is off the scale. Between 2010 and 2019, the cost of solar PV dropped 82%. BP analysis shows that declining costs for technology, production, and operations, coupled with increases in deployment and modules efficiency, could see a 15-fold increase in installed wind and solar capacity by 2050. Around 1,200 gigawatts in 2019 to as much as 20,000 gigawatts in 2050. And as you all know, a gigawatt is enough to power a mid-sized city, so that's a big, big prize to go for. Batteries are also going to be crucial as the world continues to electrify. They can help EVs take a jump from 7 million vehicles in 2019 to 2 billion in 2050. Batteries can also provide round-the-clock storage to address intermittency challenges with low-carbon energy sources. This could help drive hydrogen production efficiency, which I'll come to in a moment. But as the IEA points out, mineral demand for electric vehicles and battery storage could grow 6 times to 2040, accounting for half of the demand for all these minerals in the world. That's an opportunity, especially if you consider Australia is the largest producer of lithium. And again, we need a secure and affordable supply chain. We heard that throughout the day. And the ability of matching supply and demand. On hydrogen, we believe both green and blue will be important to a successful energy transition. Our analysis shows that hydrogen's share of the global energy mix in 2050 could be equivalent to the share of that natural gas has today. We see many, many similarities with the early days of the LNG value chain and industry. That's huge when you consider the gas is the lifeblood of many economies around the world. Hydrogen is great for industries that are difficult to electrify, an energy source that is very versatile. It can be deployed across a wide range of uses. We heard about power generation, but also it could be used in the transportation fuel, in industrial manufacturing like steel, and in heating buildings. Whether it's blue or green, one of the biggest challenges is how to transport it, how to do it safely, technically, and most importantly, economically. And for blue hydrogen, it's about capturing, transporting, storing, and using the associated carbon dioxide without undoing many of the fuel emissions reductions gains in the process. I was recently myself in Japan and South Korea, where the challenge of hydrogen is on the top of the minds of many there, given the critical role it could play in decarbonization of those countries. Producing green ammonia is one of the solutions viewed most commonly and most mature in terms of being used in power generation. However, some of the hard-to-abate sectors like steel still require hydrogen in its pure form. So transforming and cracking ammonia back into hydrogen is a potential solution, but still has cost challenges that we need to overcome in the value chain. So the challenge here is to make it a resilient, economically viable, and truly global supply chain to maximize its potential. What all these examples point to is the need for multiple low-carbon energy sources and technological solutions. We need solar, wind, blue and green hydrogen, biofuels, carbon capture, use and storage, and more. And the good news today is they do exist. We've got to get after them now in a big way if we are to be successful in the energy transition. Apply them at an unprecedented pace and scale, which brings me to my final point. And we heard this again today as well. No one can do this alone. I want to share a couple projects that bring to life the role of that partnerships can play. First is, and the Prime Minister was kind enough to mention this in his opening speech, the Asian Renewable Energy Hub, what we call AREH. And BP is proud to be now the lead operator of the project. And this is very much of a team effort of all the partners involved, but by pooling together our collective skills, AREH is set out to be the largest renewable and green hydrogen hub in the world. And it will be right here in Australia. The project will see the development of onshore wind and solar operations with a generating capacity of 26 gigawatts. That's equivalent to around a third of all the electricity produced in Australia in 2020. This power will be used to produce around 1.6 million tons of green hydrogen or 9 million tons of green ammonia per year. What I love about the project is that renewable electricity and hydrogen can be used domestically to decarbonize mining, chemicals, and manufacturing, but it can also be exported to decarbonize industries abroad. Based in the West Coast is prime for customers in Japan and Korea, and many others, even in Europe, have now expressed interest. So AREH is exactly the type of project that needs to progress the energy transition. It's backed by policymakers, it brings together the skills and scale of different partners, and there's a market demand for it. It truly reflects what integrated energy is all about, combining solar and onshore wind with hydrogen production and using it to transform sectors and regions. Of course, delivering such projects will be the key, and together we plan to get this online by 2029. Getting projects like this up and running requires government support, business partnerships, innovation, finance, a skilled workforce, and most importantly, demand. This leads me to my conclusion, one big message to finish on. The time is now. We cannot afford to wait. Investments in infrastructure need to happen now, as well as innovations, collaborations, to scale the technologies we just talked about. But no one can do this alone. As Indo-Pacific governments continue to set stable regulatory policy and fiscal frameworks and environments geared towards net zero, we need to convene governments and businesses together with industries and work on decarbonization. The energy firms need to be at the table, the mining companies, airlines, car makers, steel makers, cement producers, et cetera. Big firms that can make a big impact. We need all these sectors around the table to set targets to decarbonize and plans to achieve it, to collaborate on actions and to actually deliver them, and with the support and participation of governments, to help build affordable, reliable, and secure energy supply chains around the world, and certainly in this region. That's how we can help Indo-Pacific be the powerhouse it has the potential to be in the energy transition. For our part, we're focused on bringing the right people to the table and to drive action and collaboration, and the Australian government has done a fantastic job in doing likewise. So I'd like to thank them again for the opportunity to speak, and thank you all for your attention. Thank you.
William, thank you for that excellent summation and also for just giving us an insight into some of the projects on the table. Don't forget the buses. If your colleagues are coming to the dinner tonight and are not in the room, please share that information that we need to all be downstairs at 20 to 6 to be transported to the Shangri-La Hotel, and the wonderful Veena Sahajvala will be facilitating this evening's dinner and pre-drinks, so please join her then. We look forward to seeing you all then. Bye-bye.